ex-husband's dog.
Okay.
He got the better end of the deal. The dog, I
mean. My ex-wife kept my house, my dog, and my pickup truck. So my life is pretty much a country song.
And you were married to a stripper.
So you can't
Not
get
that
any more
Phil,
infantry than that either.
Yeah.
It all counts.
It's never marry. Like, if there's one piece of life advice that anyone ever takes away from me, it's no, don't marry the stripper. I don't care if she's actually into you or not. Do not marry the stripper. Don't do it. Just don't.
And, it's funny you mentioned that because my son and I were talking about he's considering going into the National Guard just to kind of pay for, because he wants to go to school to be an electrical and mechanical engineer. And he's got the brain pan for it. He absolutely does. But that's some expensive schooling, especially when you talk about going to places like the Milwaukee School of Engineering. Yeah. So he's talking about going into the National Guard just to offset that.
Doesn't everybody go in just to pay for school and then realize that is like the worst possible way to pay for school?
I mean, yeah.
Right. Like, oh, I'm just here to pay for school. Oh crap! Now I'm in the asshole of planet Earth.
It's still better than student loans.
That's debatable because student loans don't. You don't have to argue with about if your bad knees are service connected. I'm just saying, like, there are other trade-offs to consider.
I don't know. I would take. My knees were already going to be shot anyway. So, I mean, instead of having to pay off my student loans, which I'm still paying on, and I've been out of school for almost 20 years.
Well, I mean,
having it paid for up front would be nice.
My long-term retirement plans are the collapse of Western society. So,
fair.
That's where I'm going.
That is my long-term retirement plan, but at the same time, I have a backup plan.
Well, that'll be when I finally get out of debt. Is when Western society implodes, and then at that point, I don't owe anybody anything. So, everything works out. Money's just a magic trick anyway. But we should probably get going and start the show. So, hello.
A stripper could be a financial investment.
It's not.
It's not.
It's a bad financial. It's a counter investment. It hurts you. But welcome to yet another fantastic episode, and this time a Christmas episode of Anarchy Among Friends Roundtable Discussion. Before we get started, as always, let me remind you that we are covered by the BIPCOT No Government License, which allows for the use and reuse of this podcast in part or in entirety by anyone and everyone except for government and the bloodies thereof. If you want to learn more about that, you can hit up bipcot.org. That is BIPCOT.org. We're also covered, as always, by Brandenburg v. Ohio and the other Supreme Court cases to that effect, which states that inflammatory speech cannot be punished unless that speech is directed to inciting imminent lawless action and is likely to cause such action to occur. Everything said here is, as always, for entertainment purposes only, and only like 3 people listen to us anyway, so define likely.
I mean,
it's Christmas.
To be fair, it's Christmas, and our audience might grow, considering on the four frame to my right we have some eye candy.
Well, the rest of us are backwards shit. For me. I don't know which direction that actually looks for viewers, but you're
for me she's below me.
Is right next to her.
Is this the Brady Bunch? We're all just gonna start. Oh.
Yeah, we're all just gonna look.
Yes, we are back for a Christmas episode, and helping us assault your ear holes is Luna from Anarchist Beauties, and of course you've probably already heard Josh is back. And
hello.
In a pink rabbit outfit. If you're just listening, you were missing out.
And I'm not gonna lie, Josh, you look like you belong in one of my cages outside.
I'm currently dressed as Anarcho Claus. I do have plans for a thumbnail for this video, which will be great. But
you'll have to kick it over to me so I can put it on the Rumble side.
Yes, yeah. I just got to finish it. I got to add words to it and stuff. But yeah, so it's probably going to be a crazy ride. Tonight we're going to go through a bunch of articles. As always, you guys should know the drill by now. Where do we want to start? Because I basically grabbed a bunch of articles from the past like month or so, month and a half, that demonstrate the insanity of the world in which we find ourselves. Pretty clearly. Demonstrate some insanity. We can start with some funny stuff, because we have some good ones, including a Florida man, which I'm always very happy to include if possible.
Oh, we love a Florida man. Let's do a Florida man, because then I can briefly mention the Colorado competition that we had last week.
Oh boy, yeah, this is
man.
Yeah, Florida man.
Florida man.
Florida wacko claims he was teleported into stolen BMW by X-Men. You saved me from the aliens.
I was just going to ask, is it the man claims he was teleported one? Because that sounds appropriate for Florida. I mean, maybe he was. I don't know. I don't know how aliens work, man. And, with 3i Atlas or whatever, i3 Atlas that was just passing by. Who knows what crazy things happen? Maybe he was just teleported into the stolen car. I love the article, though. Close encounters of the delusional kind. A Florida wacko accused of stealing a BMW told cops he was teleported into the luxury car on orders from the X-Men and later thanked the officers for saving him from aliens he claimed were after him. If you haven't seen the video, by the way, it is a ride. I'm going to have to watch it now.
This dude is... I mean, he's entirely earnest. Like, I don't know what drugs he's actively on, but they're good. Wow, bro. It's Kelvin Johnson, 36, was arrested Monday afternoon. This is back. Oh, I don't remember when this article came out. A little while ago. This is from the 10th of December. After swiping the unlocked flashy car from Bicentennial Park in Ormond Beach and wrecking it minutes later while barreling down a nearby highway at 130 miles per hour. Car's owner told police he was walking his dog around the park and returned to find it missing, noting he had left his keys in the cup holder. You dipshit.
What? That's a genius move right there.
I just shared this with somebody the other day, and the response I got was a post about a husband, pulling his wife's keys out of her car, coming in the house, because if you leave these in the vehicle, somebody's going to steal it. And it cuts to Billy Bob Thornton from Switchblade going, "Ain't got no gas in it."
Can't steal. Well, that was the funny thing. It made me laugh pretty hard the other night because our truck for the store broke down.
Oh, no.
Because the DEF sensor went. It went into full service movement mode, so only 1 mile per hour max, forward or backward, because DEF sensor went out. Not because it was out of DEF fluid, none of that crap, just the 137-cent sensor disabled the truck, so we had to limp it, and it turned into a nightmare. But the place that we initially limped it to couldn't work on it because it's an Isuzu and they don't have the computer system to talk to an Isuzu. And so he's like, "Well, I'm just gonna leave the key in it, and and you guys can figure it out." And we're like, "Oh, what are we gonna do? Like, I don't feel good about the key being." And I'm like, "Wait, why do I care? What are they gonna do? It goes 1 mile an hour."
It'd be the slow speed pursuit ever.
The cop's just gonna be walking next to you like, "No, seriously, pull over. Don't make me step onto the stair on the side of this truck and pull you out of the door."
I was gonna say, if he steps onto the stair on the side of the truck, he could act like that one cop, I think it was in Texas, where officer walks up to the door, tells him to get out of the car, he opens the door and then guns it.
Oh yeah, and he leaves the guy.
And then the cop jumps on it and then dumps 3 rounds into him.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could, but I don't think you need to jump onto the truck and like dump rounds into it, because again, he's not speeding away at maxes at 1 mile an hour.
They'd still get qualified immunity.
Yes, but like I it was ridiculous. But yeah, I don't know why you would leave. See, this is the difference between Alfa Romeo owners and BMW owners. Okay, so Alfa Romeo owners, we will lock our car 8 times just to be absolutely certain
that the car is locked. We do not trust anyone. We know that we have a nice car and we don't want anybody taking it. BMW owners are like, whatever. Is it leaving oil everywhere? Who cares? I'm just going to leave the keys in it. It'll be fine.
You know what the Germans call BMW, don't you? So it's Bavarian Motor Works, right?
Yeah.
No, they refer to it as Bavarian Mist Works, which mist is a very nice way of saying shit.
Ah, yes. Yeah, their BMW is the primary rival to Alpha, so I am inclined to dislike any and all BMWs because I'm an Alpha guy. But my car is built to directly compete with the M3. Like they're in the same market segment. So
that's not much of a competition. The M3 has so many mechanical problems, it's not even funny.
Well, because it's a BMW.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love that German engineering.
Bavarian Mistvax. I mean,
well, it's like the people that are all like, oh, it's a Mercedes, so you know it's going to last forever. No, in the 1970s and early 80s, it would last forever. A modern day Mercedes will last for about 37 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like driving a 2000s Cadillac.
Yeah, they're real bad. I mean, the only guy I know that owns a Mercedes that it's good, it's because it's an AMG GTR.
Okay.
Or GTS, one of the two. But anyway, it's like the 1,000 horsepower V12 monstrosity. And his has been completely redone, and it's an AMG. So like AMG knows what they're doing, but Mercedes is like, fake plastic, cheapo plastic. That's probably good enough. Whatever. We'll throw some chrome paint on it and it'll look much more upscale. And we're also still going to charge $100,000 for the car.
And an entirely aluminum block. That's my favorite that Mercedes likes to do. Everything is aluminum.
My car is an aluminum. My car is almost entirely aluminum, and the parts that aren't are carbon fiber.
Different alloy, I'm willing to bet.
Probably. Yeah. Although I did see somebody had an engine fire with one the other day, and because it's an aluminum hood, there's just a giant hole in the hood where it melted from the engine fire. I'm like, well, that sucks.
It's for ventilation purposes. It's fine.
Yeah, it's totally lighter now. It
helps the engine stay cool.
It's the new cold air intake.
Yeah.
Especially up here.
Yeah. My car, my TPMS started, like the batteries are dying in all the TPMS sensors because they only have like a 10-year lifespan, and the car's pushing up on 10 years old now. And so it keeps going out, and I keep going, oh no, whatever will I do? I'll have to check my own tire pressure the old-fashioned way. Dear God, whatever will I do?
Well, it's like my Flex has the damn the band sensors that go around the rim instead of on the stem. And I was looking at it the other day. I was like, if those go out, no. I don't care.
No.
I don't. Yeah, I wasn't particular. I was just like when it went off initially, I'm like, service TPMS, why? And I like went into the menu to like check the like pressures and stuff and see, and it was just all zeros. And I'm like, considering the car's still moving, don't think that's accurate. Okay, that's probably what it means. Got it. So this dude, after he crashes, he repeatedly insisted he didn't steal the car. He had been teleported into it and was following the X-Men's orders. I don't know how I got in the car, Frantic Johnson garbled to the deputy. I don't know. I teleported. They told me, the X-Men, to do it. I don't do that stuff. Someone told me to get in there. Someone's in my head. Thank you for saving me. I don't know how I got in there. You saved me from the aliens.
So Schaller says the answer to the drugs he is on is yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Just all of them. Just every single possible drug. Yeah, that dude was riding more than a stolen BMW. All right, there was some pretty colors.
I don't know if you want to look it up or not, but his rival this last week was north of Denver metro area anyway. Completely naked dude stole a police car. Pulled a
That man is living his best life.
Oh, absolutely. But he got caught and got dragged out. And yes, he was buck naked.
I mean, if you're gonna steal a police
there's body
car,
cam video.
Man steals police car for a naked joyride in Denver. Police in Commerce City, Colorado arrested a naked man who broke into their secured parking lot and stole a patrol vehicle early Saturday morning.
he stole it from them. That's amazing. While
The
naked.
man crawled under the gate to get into the lot, got inside one of the vehicles, and took it for what police called the briefest of joyrides around the Commerce City
Well,
Civic
actually, it's a
Center.
no brief joyride. I would point out.
Right? Officers
Mhm.
stopped him quickly and found he wasn't wearing any clothes when they pulled him out of the car. He was arrested on the spot and taken to Adams County Jail on charges of motor vehicle theft, criminal trespass, driving without a license, and then the squad car was hopefully sanitized.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully. There is video.
Yes, I saw the link to the video. I did not want to click on it.
Can you imagine, even once it's been sanitized, though, being the poor officer that, like, you know that a dude's bare butthole has been touching that seat,
Ugh.
and you can't unknow that. So,
No.
like,
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about Florida. Did you know that there is a show on HBO that's or HBO Max, and it's called Florida Man, and it's got like it's Florida, a comma, and then man. I started watching it the other night, and it's hilarious. Okay, it's a late night comedy show, and it is real life things that have happened in Florida, but reenacted by comedians. So
oh
Okay.
boy,
it's great.
the amount of, oh god, I can only imagine some of the
Yeah.
things
Well,
that
I mean, Andrew
there's-
used to do Florida Man of the Week on Anarchist Weapons Wednesday.
Oh yeah, my favorite one is still the dude who stole the like Nissan Sentra or whatever, and Dukes of Hazzarded it over a canal.
Oh,
Yes.
Like, just, it was amazing. He cleared it. I mean, the car didn't drive away, but he did clear the canal and got away from the cops. So
Did he hit an eagle in the process?
He didn't. No, I still got one up on him. But yeah,
So-
he actually made it, which is impressive because it was a Sentra.
Right. I have to share these two from Shaller. He knew it was going to turn into a fight. Steal my cars the same way I fight, naked. And
Naked.
the second one was it? Come on, most officers are smelling the car seat. Chestnuts roasting on a heated seat.
Ew.
No, it's more like D's
Horrific.
nut roasting on a heated seat. But you know,
Yeah.
Got him.
Got him.
Yucky.
Oh God. Yeah. So the dude teleported. In Florida.
sweaty nuts roasting on a heated seat.
No. Ladies love my sweaty balls.
Chocolate
So,
salty balls.
That
Speaking
seriously just popped into my head, you asshole.
speaking of cops and people stealing things, driving, being suspicious, the Border Patrol is monitoring U.S. drivers and detaining those with suspicious travel patterns.
Oh, wonderful! Good news on that front. There's one of these cameras about 3 miles that way from my house,
Has
and
it
I
been
drive
spray
past
painted
it.
black by people unknown yet?
The solar panel miraculously developed 3 holes. I don't know how they got there,
How'd
but
that
I drove
happen? That's
past
weird.
it one day and I was
Woodpeckers?
like, it had to be.
Yeah.
I drove past it on the way to work that morning and it was, oh, okay. I see the red light still flashing. I came back and there were 3 holes in it.
The U.S. Border Patrol is monitoring millions of American drivers nationwide in a secretive program to identify and detain people whose travel patterns it deems suspicious, the Associated Press has found.
Because
Predictive
suspicion
intelligence
is clearly
program.
indicative of a
Yeah.
crime.
It would appear that you are being suspicious. That seems antisocial, comrade. The predictive intelligence program has resulted in people being stopped, searched, and in some cases arrested. A network of camera scans and records
a network of cameras scans and records vehicle license plate information, and an algorithm flags vehicles deemed suspicious based on where they came from and where they were going and which route they took. Federal agents, in turn, may then flag local law enforcement. Suddenly, drivers find themselves pulled over, often for reasons cited such as speeding, failure to signal, the wrong window tint, or even a dangling air freshener blocking the view. They are then aggressively questioned and searched with no inkling that the roads they drove put them on law enforcement's radar.
I've been on law enforcement's radar a lot of times.
I think we all mostly are.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've lost track of how many lists. Fun fact, by the way, if you ever are curious, does the FBI have a file on you? You can Freedom of Information Act request your file from the FBI.
So can I actually tell you a funny story about that?
Absolutely.
So back like 11 years ago when my ex and I first got together, he was brought into his probation office and was being questioned by an FBI agent. Couldn't figure out why. Like, he's on probation, so he was a little nervous about that. Well, then this FBI agent starts asking him questions about me. So I'm actually, yeah. So now I'm curious. It's like, now that I've been running Anarchist Beauties for the last like 8-9 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm curious. I didn't know that I could actually pull my information, so now I'm gonna see what happens, and maybe we can.
I'm
talk
pretty
about
sure everyone that lost their original Twitter accounts have an FBI file started on them.
So
I haven't lost it yet, though.
Oh,
I
I
better
have.
knock on wood, man.
Well, I'm on
we
number
have.
3.
The original page or my Twitter account yet.
Yeah, I think I'm on.
Because now my agents are gonna be like, that bitch.
I'm on, I think, my 4th Twitter account now. I got banned once pre-Elon and now 3 times post-Elon.
Wow.
So
Yeah, I got number
don't know
2 and
if
3
you've
I'm working
heard-
on right now.
Yeah, I'm on my 3rd one. If this one goes, I quit. But I don't know if
gave
you
up.
heard about what happened after J6. I was outside shoveling snow in my driveway, and I had a Fed vehicle pull up. And she was the one I was trying to tell the damn story to. You guys know the story.
Okay, tell me the story. I'll wait a second.
No worries. So I had I was literally shoveling snow the day after J6 because I couldn't get out of my driveway. And I had a Fed vehicle pull up in front of my driveway and ask me questions. And one of the questions they asked me was if I know Andrew.
Yeah, by name. They specifically meant they didn't. It wasn't just like it's a probation. They literally drove to his house
and asked if I knew
question him
by
about
name.
Me.
And I was like, yeah, I mean, if you're asking, you know the answer. So and they're like, well, what can you tell us about him? Not much. Not much you probably don't already know. I mean, most of his life is already in a government jacket somewhere. So
Yeah, you gotta know an awful lot about me already. So let's be honest.
And then I got another visit not too long after that. It was about 3 months after that when we did the show with Magnus.
Yep. Oh yeah, we all got. I got followed at least twice after the show with Magnus, and I know I was being followed. And I verified that it was in fact a government plated vehicle. Like, oh yeah, we all got looked at after we had Magnus on the show. That was that was fun.
Well, and you know, then there were the stakeouts.
Oh, that's great.
You had a couple.
Those were fun. My favorite was the first time they stopped out or they were staking out the house. I knew they were out there. They knew I knew they were out there. And me just being the nice guy that I am. It was about 2:00 in the morning. I made them a pot of coffee and took it out to them. I was like, here, guys, I know you're out here. You might as well have some good coffee. You know, it helps you stay awake.
Yeah.
About 40 minutes or so after I gave them the pot of coffee, all of a sudden their vehicle sped down the road like it had been shot at. I couldn't figure out what happened. Maybe it was the Miralax I mistook for coffee. And the closest 24-hour quick or gas station or anything like that is 12 miles away.
Yeah.
That might have had something to do with it.
But yeah.
But mistakes happen.
Next time you see me, be like, "Sup, pants shitters."
Well, the best part is the best part is I told them when they were done with it to go ahead and throw it in the back of my truck because I have had a broken window on the side of the topper on the back of my truck. I just throw it in there. I didn't see it for about 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden it showed up in the back of my truck.
Oh.
I imagine they probably took it and tested it, but never went any further than that. But shit, that was funny.
They just looked like they needed fiber in their diet.
Yeah,
Right?
a little bit.
I mean, they're all tight ass feds anyway, so.
But yeah, so
Knew I should have worn the
long and
brown
short of
pants. That's
this-
right, Shaller.
The long and short of this article is that they are in fact actively using, under Trump now, they are actively using all of the cameras that are all over monitoring highways and everything else in combination with facial recognition software
Yeah.
to read everyone's plates, track everyone's movements, and track everything you are doing at all times. And if you are deemed suspicious by an AI program,
so
somebody called Tom Cruise.
I was going to say, let's see what dystopian movies can we bring in here. So we've got Minority Report.
Mm-hmm.
We've got my brain just went completely blank.
I think the second RoboCop.
Yeah, the second RoboCop.
Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd.
Definitely Judge Dredd.
Both Dredds, Judge Dredd and Dredd, both of those.
Yeah.
Unpopular, maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but the one with Carl Urban was far better done than the OG with Sly.
I mean, I like both of them for their own reasons.
They both have their merits. I'll say that.
I haven't watched the new one. It's like when they did the new Total Recall, like I couldn't bring myself to watch that. Or they did the new now the new Blade Runner I do really want to see because it's a sequel, not a reboot. So
you're talking about the third one that tanked?
Of what? Of Blade Runner?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean the second one with what's his face in it. That's got Ryan Gosling or whatever his name is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one's good.
I do want to see that one really badly. I've seen the props from it. I've seen a whole bunch of how they did a bunch of special effects and stuff of it, but I haven't actually watched the movie yet. But I love Blade Runner. It's one of my favorite films of all time. I think it's absolutely amazing. And I mean, Philip K. Dick was an incredible author, and it's based on Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, by him. And
androids are electronic Arabs.
What? No,
they dream of electric.
It was
sheep?
A joke about the sheep. Why you gotta make this about the Arabs? We don't want to talk about that.
You smell them coming.
We're not done with this one yet. So the whole thing with them using all those cameras and shit too, that also is happening locally if people aren't paying attention. With the flock cameras coming around. There recently, and I think there's another video I sent in our group chat about it, up again outside of Denver. This woman was typically just going to work on her daily travels, and flock cameras being used by this very small suburban Denver town tracked her movements. She resembled somebody that was accused of mail theft, stealing packages, a blonde woman, and cops showed up at her door saying that she was the thief. Like, we have video, we compared it, you're the thief, blah blah blah. And she's like, what the hell are you talking about? That's like her daily drive to work.
Yeah.
Then there was another one I was trying to think of, and recently in a smaller neighboring town to where I live, they actually voted against it and told their city to hell no on it, thankfully.
That actually brings me up to something that I scrolled across. It was in my recommended news articles on Google, and it said It's actually from Wisconsin Public Radio. Trustworthy source. But I actually like this article. Headline, right. AI-powered police cameras face pushback from Wisconsin communities.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Was posted on December 19th.
And that
you get the gist of it. That's what we're talking about here. So.
Yeah.
And we got the Colorado Springs has 2 mobile license plate speed reading cameras now mounted on SUVs to catch.
Well, yeah, and the crazy. Oh, Josh, you froze, bud. Fabulous place too.
Right
there, you go. All right.
You froze in such a way that you really did look like one of my rabbits. The way your mustache comes down, it looks like the nose is going up and down.
My Wi-Fi keeps kicking me on my phone for some reason. I've never had it do it this bad before.
That would be because the FBI is also trying to monitor everything. And hi, guys. Everybody say hi to your agents.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, agents. Hello.
Last time I checked, I think I converted my agent, but I'm not
They
sure.
got to be a ways away because I'm pretty rural.
We're speaking of converting it. We'll get there, but I do want to read this part. It says the active role beyond the borders is part of the quiet transformation of its parent agency, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, into something more akin to a domestic intelligence operation. Under the Trump administration's heightened immigration enforcement efforts, oh my God, the immigrants! CBP is now poised to get more than $2.7 billion to build out border surveillance systems such as license plate reader programs by layering in artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. The result is a mass surveillance network with a particular focus on American cars. This investigation, the first to reveal details of how the program works on America's roads, is based on interviews with 8 former government officials with direct knowledge of the program who spoke on condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to speak to the media, as well as dozens of federal, state, and local officials, attorneys, and privacy experts. The AP also reviewed thousands of pages of court and government documents, state, grant, and law enforcement data, and arrest reports.
Fun fact, those cameras, like the one that I have up the road that they've replaced a solar panel on now 3 times, each one of those systems probably has about a full pound of copper. I don't know who needs to know that and what they should do with that information.
I mean, it would be terrible if, like, say, some meth heads found out about that.
There's enough meth heads around me that I'm sure somebody's aware.
Yeah. But here's the thing, and this is why I wanted to bring this up. Is because I have seen, and I'm sure you guys have too, this huge trend in the anarchist community since Trump took over again of going, oh, but for safetyness, these immigrants, these dangerous elements that are coming to the United States, these things, we need to be protected by these things. Help us, big daddy government. And ignoring the fact that a crisis like that is exactly what government needs to further erode your civil liberties. And these people, again, this is how liberty dies, right? To thunderous applause. These people are going, oh no, these scary Hispanic people that some of them are like freaking cartel and stuff. Like, yeah, that's a terrible thing. Like that's an awful thing. I get that. I get not wanting them here. I understand that. But I would rather have to deal with 1,000 cartel people roaming around a small town in rural Wisconsin than have to deal with a draconian police state that monitors my every freaking movement in the name of protection.
Yeah. Well, but let's be honest.
Security theater.
Even before all of this happened, they already knew where all of us were because we all carry around one of these stupid fucking things.
Yep.
And all they have to do, because Google will sell your location data to anybody as long as they're willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all that just turns into a private industry kickback from the federal government.
Hey, I just got $54 from the Facebook privacy settlement, I'll have you know. So clearly my liberty is restored.
Right.
Totally.
This is the thing. Like, I see this constantly, and I've been seeing it constantly, and it's one of those things that's really disillusioned me and kind of distanced me from a lot of people in the anarchist community that I formerly considered friends. That
I watch them supporting, and I'm going to say it, and it's going to make a bunch of people really upset, and I don't care. You're allowed to be wrong. It is Nazi Germany levels of, but it's for your own good, but it's for safety, but it's so that these dangerous other people don't cause harm. Oh, but them, be scared of them, be scared of all these people. Oh, all of the immigrants, all these illegal immigrants, they're all drug runners and they're all pedophiles and they're all this and they're all that. And I keep seeing this from people that used to pretend to be anarchists, supporting these increased, this increased surveillance state, all of these increased police powers, a lockdown border. And don't forget that a lockdown border, any border strong enough to keep a bunch of people out, is strong enough to keep you all in. Yeah. So like, wake up. Like, why are you compromising the principles you supposedly stand next to because these people made you scared? As you know, in the chat, Hegelian, what, right? Hegelian dialectic, right? You create the problem and then you come up with a solution. And like, if you don't think that the whole, like, oh, all of these immigrants are evil thing was being pushed by Trump's government specifically to get all of these people to support this crap, you're an idiot. Like, obviously that's what's going on.
It's no different than the same shit they pulled with HIPAA in '96 and Obamacare in 2008 in order to gain more control over the healthcare system. Yeah. They manufactured a crisis. The exponential increase in costs was the crisis, which they introduced by introducing all these fucking regulations. And then they had to, so then medical systems had to hire compliance people in order to specialize in how do you maintain that, or how do you manage compliance? Well, that once you start adding labor, now you start jacking up the price. And why they manufactured this crisis?
Don't forget that the reason that the cartels exist, the reason that Central and South America is as dangerous as it is because of America's drug war. Prior to the drug war, this was not a problem. It just flat out wasn't. I mean, and I keep pointing out to people, the closest ally in the Western Hemisphere that the United States has and has ever had is not Canada, it is Mexico. We have been best friends forever. The entire reason the Monroe Doctrine happens is because of Mexico. Because we wanted to protect them because they were our friends. Once we got rid of Santa Ana, granted. But
I was going to say, after the Mexicans got their asses kicked a couple times.
But to be fair, the Mexicans also wanted to get rid of Santa Ana.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, Mexico and the United States have been so close and so friendly for so freaking long because we're linked forever. We're economically linked. We're culturally linked. All of these other things, us in Mexico, right?
Well, you'd say the same thing about the Canadians too. I mean,
no, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't because Canada wasn't even an independent country until the 1980s.
Canada still isn't an independent country.
I just want to point out it was still part of the British Empire.
Could literally stand there and go, "Canada, you're now part of the United Kingdom again. Congratulations!" And because they're a Commonwealth of the UK. They can go from independent country to vassal state like that.
They're not a Commonwealth of the UK anymore. That's what changed in the 1980s. They stopped being a Commonwealth, but they were until like 1984.
They still have the king on their money. It's a valid point.
I mean, yes, but that's because they're Canada and they suck. Fuck you, Canadians. Fuck you.
Don't you link us with those Canuckistanians.
Dude, I hate that when people talk about that in Wisconsin. They're like, "Oh, you guys sound like you're from Canada." Don't you dare!
Oh, we hate Canadians. We hate Canadians almost as much as we hate Michiganders and people from Illinois
and Illinoisans. Yeah, the fibs.
No, fibs. They're fibs.
Illinoisans.
Illinois is Wisconsin's Mexico. Okay, it's
because
and if you want to build a border wall anywhere.
people from Illinois constantly bitch about people from Wisconsin, but where do they go every fucking weekend? Wisconsin.
The Dells, I used to be a local to the Dells, man. I live there. Don't even get me started on how much I hate people from Chicago.
Every weekend, the Dells goes from Pajitistan to Shirakistan.
Yeah,
That quick.
God. Well, I mean,
because
when I was
all of the H-1Bs that they have working in hospitality are from Pajitistan.
Not all of them, but a lot of them. There's also right now when I was in high school, there was a ton of Russians, tons of Russians. And if you've never seen Russian women, I was not upset about that.
Slavic women are.
But there was a ton of Russians in the Dells when I was like in high school and stuff, and I was living there and working there every summer on the work exchange program. It was like Russians and Poles, just tons of them. Then now, because of the thing with Ukraine and all of that, now you don't have Russians. Now mostly what it is, what I've noticed the last time I was there, which wasn't all that long ago because it's not like I live all that far from it. The last time I was there, and anyone who doesn't know, so the Wisconsin Dells, if you're from the South, think of Gatlinburg in Tennessee or Branson in Missouri, except it's all water parks. It is the water park capital of the world. It is nothing but tourism. It is nothing but
Mount
resorts.
Olympus.
There's Mount Olympus,
somewhat of a theme park, but
which has the coolest go-kart tracks because the owners killed off Wildcat Mountain or whatever that one was before. That was all the go-kart tracks, and then took it over. But I mean, and there's Top Secret, which is also a very cool place. If you're an anarchist, highly recommend you visit Top Secret in the Dells when you get a chance. It's an upside down White House, and it's super cool. It's an entire experience all about the CIA secret programs and government secret programs and stuff. Super neat. But that's what that place
they've
is.
Got Bumblebee standing outside.
Yeah, for some reason. But they have it's just a massive tourist trap, right? Like everything there is it's roller coasters and it's water parks and it's all tourist. And I used to live there in high school, and I worked at a nightclub there while I was still a senior in high school. I slept Sundays. But that place needs more labor than the U.S. the area can provide, because it's like when it's not tourist season, I think the population of the town is like 2,200 people.
I think last time we went through there, the native population has gone up to like 34, 35.
Yeah, it's not much.
I live 20, 30 minutes from there.
Yeah, when it's tourist season, it's 45,000 people.
You call it tourist season. We locals call it terrorist season.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But anyway, so they need all that extra labor. So they bring people in on H-1B. They always have, so that they can fill those ranks, because American teenagers don't want to work there. And which is stupid, because like if you work for Noah's Ark, man, you work for Noah's Ark, the largest water park in the world. You work for Noah's Ark. They put you up in like employee housing. They have like apartments that you just get to work for them and things. Like they give you food stipends. They do all these things for you so that you can gain that extra stuff. Oh, Josh's Wi-Fi went out completely.
It'll be back.
But you'll be back. But
but like, he says gonna try restarting stuff. Be right back.
Okay. But like it's super important that we have that additional labor, because Americans don't want to do it. And if you hired Americans, you could never keep prices down, because Americans want too much damn money to work for them. So they need to bring all these people in. And I have met, and now the last time I was there, it's almost all like Armenians and like Turks. And
see, we were just there 6 months ago. We went down for just kind of a day trip to Mount Olympus, and every single person that was working in the park, with the exception The lone exception was the like person walking around with a manager's badge, person in charge of all of everybody else. They were all Indian.
That's kind of, I mean, that makes sense. So that's kind of surprising, to be honest.
No, they were every last one of them, and that was during peak terrorist season.
They are like, a lot of Indian families now have started buying up all these like gas stations and resorts and all these other things because they have the money to do that. And you know, and I hate to break it to Americans, but part of the reason why they have all that money and are able to do that is because they started out with absolutely nothing and were willing to put in enormous amounts of work for future gains. They were willing to make way less money there and work way harder for way longer in order to build up the ability to then buy the hotel that they were housekeeping at and things like that. And then now they've turned that into a way bigger thing. And Americans aren't willing to do that. American teenagers aren't willing to put in that work. They're not willing to work really, really hard for crap just so that they get the experience, so that they get the ability to then go in and just keep stepping up and stepping up and stepping up. Like, they don't want to start at square one. They want to start at square four, or, you know, step 4. And you don't get to do that. That isn't an efficient way to move forward. Like, you have to build the groundwork first. You don't start building a skyscraper 3 floors up. You got to start at the beginning. You got to start at the foundation. And if you're not willing to build that foundation, you're never going to move very far. And all these people,
to be honest,
they want to pay me more.
Well, that was something that I had a long and hard conversation with my son about. Because he told me he wanted to go to school for, like I said, electrical and mechanical engineering. I asked him what his goal was in getting that degree. Like, what do you want to actually do? Do you want to do structural engineering? Do you want to actually do circuitry engineering? What do you want to do? And his answer to that question was, I'm not 100% sure.
So start at the bottom, work your way up.
And honestly, I told him then in that case, what I would tell you to do is go and do an apprenticeship as an electrician.
Yeah. You'll learn.
You will know more. You will know more about AC and DC and voltage and amperage and all of it by the time you would be done with an apprenticeship as an apprentice level electrician than you will ever learn in a collegiate setting.
Oh yeah, the number of Sparkies I've met who probably have forgotten more about how to make like electrical systems work than the average electrical engineer is ridiculous, because they work with it, and if they get it wrong, they're the ones who get friggin' electrocuted, which is kind of an incentive. It's like, oops, I did this wire wrong. Turns out that one was hot, and my chest just took 210. Like,
well, and that was kind of the point that I was making to him is, if you get into this and you discover that you really like it, after 5 years, as long as you stick with the apprenticeship program and you get all of your continuing education credits and all that stuff, which any apprenticeship program is going to pay for you to go and do, you get out, you become a journeyman electrician, and you're making more money than I am at 23 years old.
Oh yeah.
And I'll be 41 next month.
Yeah, it's my main thing is just the people who go no one wants to work anymore are not entirely wrong. Part of it is no one wants to work for you because you won't pay them shit, but also no one really wants to start at square one anymore, and that is killing the economy.
That, and a lot of people, especially in the younger generations, they're seeing the writing on the wall with LLMs and AI. They're seeing it and going, so what's left for us? Because like going into being an engineer, you can do 85 to 90% of the engineering work on an AI model and then tweak it to be, in line with physics.
Well, yeah, look at the Zinger.
All right, it's a car. I'm a car guy. Deal with it. I'm going to talk about cars a lot. The Zinger starts with a C. It's CZ. Zinger. The engineers
way,
of that car.
Fuck CZ for what they did in Canada.
It's Zinger, so it's Zinger.
I know, different
like
thing, but CZ can eat a bag of dicks.
Yeah. Well, they for the car, right? It's this massive supercar. It's incredibly fast. It's incredibly good. To create the suspension and the chassis and everything, they created an AI that was an engineering AI that would optimize all of the structures for all of this stuff, and they basically fed in everything the car needed to do, what the loads were going to be, and the lateral loads and everything, and then the AI spit out an optimized design for them. And what one of the weird things is, so then they took that and they took out what the AI spit out, and they used a proprietary aluminum sintering process to create the chassis, and it looks like bones, first of all. Like it looks like it has bones. The car has bones. It's kind of creepy when you look at it. But the engineers didn't have to do any of the calculations or the designing. The AI did that. The engineers just had to come up with the base numbers and had to create the AI model. Once the AI model exists, they no longer need to crunch numbers anymore. The AI will do it for them.
Mm-hmm.
So how many more AIs do you need to come up with and need to train and create before the entire idea of engineering is useless? Because AI will do it all for you.
Yeah. And that was kind of the thing I was trying to impart on Tommy, because the one thing AI can't do yet is actually run electrical.
I mean, as long as we don't have full-on robots, which we're still working on. The Tokyo Robot Show, which happens every year. If you don't watch it, I highly encourage you to, so you can be absolutely horrified like I am annually. Because who doesn't need to look at our dystopian robot-dominated future?
Did you see the Russian one?
I haven't seen the Russian one. I watched the Japanese one because it tends to be the best in the world.
Yes, but this damn robot, like Russia was like, look at how far we've come with our robotics, and this robot comes out and it's walking very gingerly, and then it gets to a point, gets confused because of the glare off the stage, and fucking face plants right there.
Damn clanker. But the Tokyo show is interesting. They're creating some kind of truly horrifying things. I'll be honest with you. But if you ever want to watch it,
I've seen the Optimus robots that Tesla's making, and I'm not too crazy about that either.
Oh, you should see the companion bots that Japanese companies.
I don't want to see the companion bots.
Speaking of seeing companion bots.
Oh God.
Oh, the IRS has a real hard job. So hard. IRS to watch OnlyFans content in no tax on tips dispute.
What?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I did not. What the fuck?
Just gonna let that one marinate for a minute.
Marinate it.
Yep. The IRS is going to watch, and wait until you hear how much content they have to watch. Internal Revenue Service agents will have to watch OnlyFans content in order to determine if the content meets the no tax on tips law outlined in President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, according to a report from the New York Times. The Newsweek has contacted the IRS via email for comment. The no tax on tips proposal has been a pillar of Trump's economic agenda since before 2024, the presidential election. He launched the idea as a way of helping millions of Americans nationwide at a time of growing financial instability. The proposal hinges on the idea of the elimination of federal taxes on tipped incomes for eligible workers. The tax cut was included in the administration's One Big Beautiful Bill. The president's tax and spending policies were passed in July. This, in turn, will give a provision that allows some workers to deduct up to $25,000 in qualified tips per year from 2025 through 2028.
they get to spend $25,000 of taxpayer money, which they have to write off as deductions.
Well, yes, to a certain extent. But it's not taxpayers' money; it's their money.
It's their money, but it's coming out of it's being written off as a deduction. We're splitting hairs.
Tax money belongs to no one but the people who originally earned it. The government is just stealing it. Fuck the government.
Well, and that's the point I was trying to make. They're people that work for the government.
No. We're the $25,000 deduction. That is for people who earn tips.
Oh, okay.
They can deduct up to $25,000 total dollars. Basically, have that come off of their taxed income. From their taxes. The bill has raised an important question on how tips are defined. According to the Times, the IRS may be set to have to review content on OnlyFans as part of discerning what kinds of tips are taxed. The passing of the tax law included a caveat.
Tax is just the tip.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. The passing of the tax law included a caveat, which is that pornographic creators and actors, including those who operate on OnlyFans, were not entitled to have their taxes waived. There's a vast quantity of content on OnlyFans.
Taxes on them titties.
Yeah, and while the platform is best known for pornographic content, there are multiple other kinds of lifestyle content on the site, be it cooking or exercise related. In fact, there is a Roku channel for OnlyFans.
Wait, what?
You didn't know that? Go to your.
I'm not on OnlyFans.
No.
Don't go to your OnlyFans. What? I assume you're not on OnlyFans. I guess I shouldn't. I mean, maybe, but I.
No, I'm
not here to judge.
I make a lot of money on Hobbit toes, man.
I am not here to judge. Okay, like by all means, if you got it, flaunt it. Whatever. I'm not here to judge whatever kink you may or may not have.
No. That's the thing.
Unless
I make money on other people's kinks because I have Hobbit toes, and they really like that.
And why not? A fool and his money are soon parted, and so is a pervert. So exploit, baby.
I'm an unrepentant capitalist. Yes, Sasquatch foot pixel. No shit.
See? So there you go. But this means that taxpayers reporting tips from OnlyFans will likely need to have their content viewed by an IRS agent in order to determine if the taxes qualify. Professions that currently have tax exemptions include bartenders, waiters, plumbers, maids, tattoo artists, and golf caddies, among others. In September, a list of 70 eligible occupations were detailed in a proposal, which included digital content creators and entertainers and performers, which are both categories that could, in theory, apply to OnlyFans creators. Well, the policy has proved popular.
Is pornography not entertainment?
I would argue that it is, but apparently, if that's what you're doing, you don't get to keep your tips.
And
you get to take the tip, but not keep it.
If your performance is just flicking the bean, I mean, is that not a performance?
See, and then that raises the question: how does one define what is and is not pornographic content?
Correct.
This is instructional. This is instructional content.
Is this educational?
How to do it?
It could be purely educational. Exactly.
This is instructional. We're gonna go through steps, and
it's getting into calling that educational. I don't know.
Perhaps it's advertising content, and you're sponsored by Bad Dragon. I don't know, but. You can tell the real fucked up people on this podcast because we all laughed real hard.
He's going to keep it up, and I'm going to frickin' end up on the Remington retirement plan before the end of this episode.
Come on. There's a giant red piece of silicone out there that you've seen a time or two.
Has your name on it, I'm sure.
I mean, not mine, but chick or two I might know.
See, Andrew ends up in the bedroom with a giant red piece of silicone that's a 36er, and he doesn't object if she wants to put it places on him.
No, I do. That's nope. That's way too much. Are you kidding me? Holy crap! What am I want to go to the hospital? What's wrong with you?
She got the other half. It's a 36er. It's a U-turn. Man.
No, that's a terrible idea. And thanks to Chris,
Splish
everyone's
Splash
now
Toaster
got some
Rack.
images
That's
of
right,
me in their
Shelley.
heads. So thanks, Chris.
You're welcome. Ow, my eyes.
Yikes.
I do want to mention, though, Forbes reported that $7.2 billion was spent on OnlyFans in 2024.
Shaller's right. He objects. She just doesn't hear the safe word.
No.
Snuggenagin.
Yeah.
Bring on the
Snuggenagin. If you wish.
Or tongue thing comes out. Fucking Euro trip. I love when he
has fucking feathers on it and shit.
Yeah, when he shows up. When he shows up the
Eagle
next day,
feathers.
he's just
For him, it's got to be eagle feathers.
those are illegal to own.
Only in this country.
Yeah. But I love the next day when he shows up and they're all just like looking at him. He's like walking like, and they're like, "Are you okay?" Yep. It was a good night.
I don't want to talk about
We
it.
go to Amsterdam and Jamie's the one who hooks up. For shame.
The popularity of OnlyFans surged in recent years, 7.2 billion in 2024, and OnlyFans has said that 4.6 million creator accounts are on its site worldwide this year.
4.6 million.
4.6 million creator accounts.
Well, there was something I read not that long ago where, you can possibly get into like the top 1/8% and make a crap load of money on OnlyFans, but the average creator on OnlyFans makes like $200.
So OnlyFans is structured very similar to TikTok. In that, don't ask me how I know any of this, but I do. Just trust me on that. The more money you make, the more money you get to keep, and the less that they take. So if the higher tiers that you get to, the more money you're actually getting to keep, because the net that the site winds up making is increased. So like for me, my first on like TikTok, my first million view video paid me like $14. Million view video, $14. That's all I got.
That's
On average on TikTok, a million view video will only pay you about $40.
I mean,
that's how little most content creators actually make per video, which is why
that sounds like Chinese socialism right 101 right there. I mean,
it's YouTube's not any better. I can also tell you that from experience. YouTube isn't any better. I don't know. I will point out now, I don't know how OnlyFans works from firsthand experience, but I have enough friends who do it that are fairly successful that I do know how the pay structure works, and it's bullshit. You do not make much.
Shaller.
I don't. Damn it, I don't have an OnlyFans. I know many of you listening and out there are very disappointed that I don't have an OnlyFans, but I don't. I'm afraid. I mean, if there was an Only Beards, I would have an Only Beard because,
all you need is the full suit, and you could be the next Santa Claus at the local mall.
I actually do have one.
I mean, the amount of great here makes me go, man.
I would be
just bleach the whole damn thing and go make some money as a Santa Claus in the fall.
Skipping a generation, I would be a second generation mall Santa. My grandfather was a Santa Claus at Dorflinger's department store here in town for years and years. So I would actually be a second generation Santa, which would be really fun because I do love Christmas.
Anarcho Claus is ready to get some ho-ho-hos.
I have ordered a morale patch that is ho ho ho, and it's pretty great. From Ghost Patch, if you want to look it up.
But
I
anyway,
have one too, but it says now I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho.
oh no, mine's 3 pinups and it says ho ho ho.
Nice.
But if I did have an OnlyFans, would I wear cat ears? I would. If I was gonna do that, hypothetically, I would definitely wear cat ears.
Cat Drew makes a return.
Yes, I would.
You know, I still have something I bought for you like 2 years ago, sitting in a box down here.
Oh God.
It's a set of earmuffs, like earphones, headphones, with cat ears on them.
I
got Sandy a set of ear protection that are like neon pink or something, and then I found cat ears that Velcro on, so now she has cat ears for when she goes shooting.
I love seeing chicks like rock full like tactical gear and then cat ears. It's one of my favorite things in the world because it's just ridiculous.
I'll have her put them on. I'll take a picture for you guys.
What's in the
so
box? I mean,
what's the box?
Me not pulling out one, but I got 5 kids for a reason.
Speaking of numbers and OnlyFans creators paid $1.6 billion into the American tax system in 2024.
Wow.
Billion with a B. September post from a social media user, John Shelton, on X viewed over 20,000 times. Going off the IRS website, there's only one thing the Treasury's exclusion on taxes on tips for digital content creators could possibly refer to: OnlyFans. It is not currently clear how a review of OnlyFans content from the IRS would work, is how that article ends.
Well, it almost sounds like there's some auditing problems that need to be worked out.
Hey, Dan, I was wondering if... hey, I'm doing work here.
Why is the jerkins on the table?
Why did the
Are those sad tissues or happy tissues?
Yeah.
They're all stuck together, damn it.
Why
did you buy a new bag? Why did you decide to try to expense a brand new package of Hanes socks? Explain this.
Does the office really need a Costco-sized tissue box? I mean, come on.
Just the guy walking in with his coffee cup like, hey, I'm going to need somebody to explain to me why there's a 55-gallon drum of KY in the break room.
We bought it from Diddy's estate sale.
Boss, it's review day. We got to go through. We got to do some auditing. Okay. You know what? I'm going to start describing myself as an auditor. I am an OnlyFans content auditor. Okay.
Don't look at the IRS budget. All of a sudden, the Kleenex becomes the number one expense.
They went from buying millions of rounds of ammunition to millions of sheets of tissue paper.
Look, I got an idea. OnlyFans, but it's just me autistically splurging out about Diablo 2 builds and drinking beer. So a couple of years ago on this show, I had suggested that I was going to do an OnlyFans. It was going to be just me sitting around drinking beer and autistically talking about World War II history for hours. And I actually got a whole bunch of interest with a bunch of people who are like, I'd pay $10 a month for that. And I think I might need to do it now. Like just talking, like I'm just sitting during the summer, just sitting there in some like an unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt and like some swim trunks, drinking some Corona with a lime next to the pool, just talking about like, well, and then Herman Goering and just.
Mary Men Boogs in the chat says the Pentagon has a pizza index. IRS has a Kleenex index.
Hey.
Also, fun fact: did you know that conservative functions, like when say the RNC comes to town, Grindr ceases to function because of all of the
it's so overwhelmed
users.
Yes, that is. Yep. So that's especially a thing here in Wisconsin because Wisconsin, of course, is the birthplace of the Republican Party and still where they hold their largest gatherings. Ironically, also the birthplace of the progressive movement. Fun fact. Both
Wisconsin's bipolar, quite literally.
We're weird. Yeah, in Madison and surrounding areas like Milwaukee, whatever, whenever they hold their big conventions,
grinders servers become overwhelmed in the area.
The Merryman, there's a reason why we say that the U.S. is the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah.
And I mean, I'm not judging or nothing, but like, bro, like at least admit, like you're into dudes and you're dude. Like,
I mean, and to be perfectly
that,
honest, if all of the closeted Republicans came out and actually were open about it, it would be so much easier.
Do you remember when that dude from like NSYNC or whatever came out and was like, I'm gay, and like everyone just went, yeah.
We know.
We know.
It's pretty obvious. Glad you figured that one out, Mr. Perfect Blonde bleached hair. Like,
right? Well, I mean, you look at half of the Republicans in Congress and it's like, can you just be honest?
like, well, it's like when Nancy Pelosi's husband got caught with that dude and like they then attacked him with a hammer, and they're like, it's very clearly like a domestic dispute between two gay lovers. Like you can tell on the body cam footage if you watch it, that is absolutely what's happening. And then, oh, we don't know how he got in our home or why he didn't have pants on or like,
Well, as far as I'm aware, does Nancy Pelosi have kids?
I don't think so. I hope not. Dear God.
I mean, that
in the name of the human race, please no.
If not, that makes a lot of sense that her husband would be gay because he's obviously only taking the dirt road.
The only. That's so wrong.
It's not often you get Andrew off his game, but
I just hope it's not gravel. Is all I'm saying.
Nancy Pelosi has 5 children.
Wow, talk about a cover story.
Oh, we are doomed.
Right.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Right?
we're doomed as a species.
Don't lie, those tits are getting fucked. God damn it. Shower. No.
This is the second time.
That.
This is the second time in the history of this show that Nancy Pelosi has been sexualized, and I refuse to let it stand. Boy, if I had a nickel for every time Nancy Pelosi was sexualized on my show, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
It's not that weird. Look at our target audience.
It is
That's
weird, fair. Though. It is weird. Don't tell me it's not. It is weird. No with the ants. Absolutely not. We're not. No.
Okay, Andrew, would you rather?
For Nancy
I got a would you rather. Andrew, would you rather Dianne Feinstein or Nancy Pelosi?
Oh.
Live, laugh, toaster bath.
I'd rather throw myself into an active volcano.
That can be arranged. I mean, there was a guy not that long ago in Yellowstone that came out as just a pair of shoes.
Speaking of which, did you hear? Well, that wasn't a volcano, though. That was actually a hot spring, and it's because of it's kept.
Yellowstone is a volcano. Shut up.
Did you hear about what happened at Yellowstone yesterday? Speaking of Yellowstone, so what happened at Yellowstone?
There was a hydrothermal explosion.
Yes. If you're unfamiliar, so a large section of Yellowstone has been shut down to visitors because of increased activity, which happens pretty frequently. But there was a huge buildup of steam and pressure underneath one of the fountain paint pots, and it exploded yesterday in a very large shower of scalding hot mud. So probably good they shut that down to visitors.
Well, they shut it down to visitors because they had that same hydrothermal explosion a couple of years ago that destroyed some of the boardwalk.
Yeah, that
hurt some people.
Yeah, that was the water though on the other side. This is where the mud is, and
isn't the same flat though.
Yeah, same general area,
same part of the park.
But we haven't really seen mud do this at Yellowstone before, so this is kind of a new phenomenon and really horrifying because unlike the water, which would drip off of you and hopefully you'll survive, the mud will stick and continue to cook you like a chicken.
So speaking of volcanism, can we just kind of raise a hat here for a second to the guy from that Pompeii who went out knowing the pyroclastic flow was coming, just jerking it as hard as he can.
I love that after they did that, they injected that space with the plaster, they extracted it. They're like, well, I mean, he could have been doing a lot. That dude was just furiously whacking it to deal with the stress.
One last time, damn it. One last time.
Come on.
I'm not there yet. Almost.
Who's going to erupt first, him or Vesuvius? Be like hot
tar, which means we need all the politicians to stand right there. And then airdrop chicken feathers.
But I did have a segue. That's long gone.
Segue? What's a segue?
Most professional podcast on the internet.
There was a segue at one point during this show. Pentagon fails financial audit for the 8th year in a row in a surprise to absolutely no one.
So that means they've failed an audit every year since 2016, 2017?
I mean, basically,
and probably before that, they just didn't announce it.
Yeah, because I was about to say, it's like, did they like pass one 9 years ago? Because
no, they only started getting audited 8 years ago.
Yeah, it just started at that point. And
the Pentagon failed its financial audit for the 8th consecutive year. The Defense Department said Friday, highlighting the ongoing systemic challenge the nation's largest federal agency faces in full accounting for its assets. It's not a challenge. They know where they're going, I assure you.
Oh, and I will counter that. It is not the nation's largest federal agency because more money is spent on Medicare and Social Security than the defense budget by a wide margin.
Well, but the single agency that is responsible, because that stuff all gets distributed across like 2 or 3 agencies. So
Social Security by itself is over $1 trillion right now because of the boomers.
Allegedly. Just allegedly, their budget for completely like normal Department of Defense operations. Sorry, Department of War, we should specify. Department of War. It has been renamed properly to the correct Department of War instead of Department of Defense. I love that all these people are offended by that, by the way. And I'm like, it's kind of more accurate, is it not? Like the Department of Defense has always been euphemistic, and it didn't become the Department of Defense until what, 54? Something like that? 54, 56, 47, something like that. Somewhere right after World War II, it became renamed to the Department of Defense instead of the War Department. And let's be honest, it's the War Department. Yeah. All right. America has been at war for all but like 15 years of its entire existence. Yeah, the reality is that it's about war. But anyway, the department has received failing grade on every audit since Congress first mandated annual reviews beginning in 2018, and is the only one of the government's 24 agencies to have never passed. In the Department of Defense Agency Financial Report for fiscal year 2025, auditors identified 26 material weaknesses and 2 significant deficiencies in the department's financial reporting. Surely all accidents. Among the shortcomings were omissions in the Joint Strike Fighter program, the Pentagon's multifaceted effort to develop an affordable strike aircraft for the Air Force, Marine Corps, Navy, and allied nations. Auditors determined the Pentagon failed to report assets in the program's global spares pool and did not accurately record the property. Quote, the DoD could not provide or obtain accurate and reliable data to verify the existence, completeness, or value of its global spares pool assets for the JTF program. According to the report, as a result, the omission of the JTF program global spares pool assets resulted in a material misstatement on the agency-wide financial statements. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Yeah, I know. Shocker. Wait, so we developed a $35 trillion boondoggle, right? The F-35 Joint Task Fighter.
Oh, yeah, that piece of shit.
$35 trillion we spent on this pile of shit. a thing that can be taken down by a minor computer glitch in its helmet. That
By the
sounds
way,
great.
1949 was when they redesignated the Department
49.
of War, Department of Defense.
Okay, 40. I knew it was right after World War II. I couldn't remember exactly. Anyway, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the department remains committed to annual financial audits and is actively conducting a comprehensive review of its budget.
No, he's not.
Sure. The Pentagon
No,
reported
he's conducting the
4.65.
review, but he's like, how do we make this seem less suspicious?
Yeah, I mean
That's it. He's just
so.
here's $1 trillion that's vanished. We don't know where that went, but we're gonna pretend like it went to this.
So what I was saying about the JTF, right? The JTF program is it costs like $35 trillion. What it produced was a jet that is arguably inferior to the F-22 and A-10 Warthog in every possible way.
Mission specific, sure.
But I mean, is there a mission that you can conceive that the F-35 could be called into that between those two aircraft and the F-16, which already exists, and F-18, which already exists?
Actually, yes, I can.
Is there a mission envelope that you can foresee that the F-35 JTF could manage to fit?
Actually, I can. Yes.
Better.
So the F-35 is more capable than the F-22 at doing ground strike missions. So in contested airspace, the F-35 is better suited to doing ground strike missions such as Wild Weasel type things because it's invisible to enemy or largely invisible to enemy radar and more capable of inflicting damage on those radars than the F-16 doing Wild Weasel. And the F-22 has not been retrofitted to conduct ground strike operations. It is 99% an air dominance fighter.
Yeah. But the thing is,
yes, the F-35 can.
All you really need, though, to retrofit an F-22 to do that is the right missile. That's my.
But you could not actually make a 16. Could you get an F-22 to do that job? Yes. The problem is, had they actually finished the F-22 program with the number of airframes that they had initially ordered or declared, because originally the F-22 was supposed to replace the entire fleet of F-15s.
Until we figured out the 15s are the Eagle's a pretty badass plane.
Well, and right now they're replacing F-15. What is the latest F-15? I think it's the F-15E. They're replacing them with the F-15EX.
And how old are those airframes? I mean, I think youngest
the E's are 1990s production.
Yeah, they're 30-year-old airframes.
Right, but the EX is a larger airframe and has active radar defense, so it actually jams natively as opposed to requiring an additional radar pod under the wing to hide. So it just does it, but it also has I think it's 1.5 or 1 3/4 the payload capacity of the F-15E. So you're talking about a bigger airframe that has a smaller RCS, and the F-15 is already a rocket on wings.
Or Crystal's sitting here like, this is the most autistic conversation I've ever witnessed in my life.
I was like, okay, where do I find a good spot to let you guys know that my battery is dying on my laptop? So
they have these things called chargers to plug them in.
The dog and the child. So I think that's a good time to go.
Alrighty.
That's all right.
Well,
it's been a delight having you around.
Yeah. I'll be back again.
Yeah. We'll have to pull you into another one.
Yeah, we'll pull you into one maybe that's a little less autistic.
That
That's
doesn't exist.
never gonna
Don't lie to
happen.
the woman.
Hey, I'll have my podcast up
I
and
said-
going soon too, so I'll have you guys come on mine too.
Oh, that should
Absolutely.
be chaos. And
Yeah, it'll be
Absolutely.
great.
Yeah.
It'll be
Make
awesome.
sure you think that through.
Yeah.
yeah, fully
Yeah.
plan that
Which
one out.
one of us do you actually want to come over there? Because I guarantee you it's going to get very tistic.
It'll be great. We'll have all of the anarchist beauties, and we'll have you guys. It'll be awesome. It'll be a good time.
Is it going to turn into a ugly motherfuckers versus anarchist beauties? Because that seems even.
Anarchist uglies versus anarchist beauties?
Yes, anarchist uglies. There you go.
Hey, my beard and my hair are absolutely gorgeous, sir. I will have you know.
What
I
hair?
have. Look at this. It is gorgeous. It is flowing locks. They are curly. I am a
I
beautiful
don't know.
man.
Looks a little
I don't
thin,
care what you have to
Andrew.
say.
All right, guys, it's been fun. Thank you so much.
Great
Bye.
to see you. Have
Bye.
a great night.
Yeah.
Oh, how do I leave now? Oh, there it is. Okay.
You're stuck.
All right.
The F-15EX, they just recently took on the first couple deliveries, more or less resupplying aging F-15Cs.
Well, the 15 itself has got to be
the original 15 came out saw its first air time in 78, went operational in 81.
Yeah.
81 was the first time they went operational.
So it's pushing 50.
It's pushing. The 15Cs, the last 15C to roll off the manufacturer line was like 92. And the 15Es, which are the most recent ones, the last one of those to roll off was 05, I think.
Well, don't forget, we were in at least I was in grade school when the 22 was still the YF.
Yes.
22.
And
so
unpopular opinion maybe, but the YF-23 is the only plane to ever beat the F-22 in head-to-head combat. The 23 is by far a superior plane.
Since before it came out, the F-22 has been my favorite aircraft of all time. I absolutely adore the F-22. I love the stories of just how truly, deeply scary its capabilities really are. The famous Iranian, you should
F4.
go home now. And
Right.
that is
well, and
where
you know,
he just pops
you
up. He's
know
just
the
been following them.
22s. Right. And you know, back when Trump decided to drop those mops from the B-2s on Iran, you know it was the F-22 flying support for that mission.
Oh yeah, because no one knew they were there.
No, because the F-35 has a mild radar cross section that can be picked up with low band frequency, but it's still not targetable. Just like the F-117. The only reason the F-117 got shot down in Bosnia was because their doors were open. No, their doors were open their bomb bay doors were open at the exact moment they launched the radar guided missile.
Well, and if memory serves, that's the one and only time a Nighthawk has ever gone down.
Yeah. In fact, right now they use the Nighthawks as drones for the F-22s and the F-35s to practice on.
Yeah, because good luck targeting that little bitch.
Mm-hmm.
The little flying arrowhead that is
the mini flying Dorito versus the big flying Dorito. That's
they're to put in perspective, anyone who's not as autistic about military tech as we are, an F-117. Actually, it's an FA-117 Nighthawk.
They never redesignated it from F-117.
It's FA. It is.
I know
FA.
it's considered FA, but they never redesignated.
As far as I know, it is in Army service.
Okay. Well, in terms
FA
of the Air Force, it's only ever been designated as the F-117A.
Yeah. But it has a radar cross section of about a pair of sparrows flying wingtip to wingtip.
Yes.
Which means that it will be filtered out as ground background by every radar ever built.
And for contrast, the F-22, which was in test flights while the F-117 was dropping JDAMs over Iraq in Desert Storm, has the RCS of a bumblebee.
Literally a bumblebee. And the
the P-61 Black Widow, they actually, the YF-23, look it up. They called that the Black Widow because it was the only thing that ever took down the F-22.
Oh, my favorite aircraft of all time is the P-38 Lightning. Flat out, it's P-38 Lightning. Nothing will ever be cooler to me, ever, 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 than a P-38 Lightning. The thing is amazing. And it's because I'm a grunt, right? And what were they built for? They were built for ground attack. That's what they're built for. And there's a reason why the Warthog's actual designation
is the Thunderbolt 2.
Is the Thunderbolt 2. Because it is a successor to the Lightning and the Thunderbolt.
Mm-hmm. And to be honest, another plane that I really like because I respect the grunts is the OV-10.
The aircraft that I can contribute the most life-saving to, though, in combat of all time is
AC-130.
No, an AWACS.
Oh God, yeah.
They're ultimately the single most important things. And it's as a war historian, I'm constantly having a conversation with people like, you don't understand how important logistics is to winning a war. You don't understand. You don't understand why that matters so much. You don't understand that the people who really won World War II were factory workers and stevedores and the Seabees. And
so one thing let's put this in a more modern perspective. Let's talk about, and I say modern loosely because we were kids, but let's talk about Desert Storm. The U.S. decided to improvise. What's that?
I was a little kid.
Yeah, I remember the picture. Like, there's a picture that you can find of me holding on to my dad's hand as they were on the bus headed out to the tarmac to deploy to Desert Storm. And my mom holding me on her shoulders, trying to keep up with the fucking bus.
Oh, there's a picture of that. There's pictures of me from that era where I'm sitting in like the wheels of big military trucks and stuff at one of the local bases and stuff. So,
but and the Fat Electrician does a fantastic video on this. And if the United States decided to improvise because they didn't have a bunker buster bomb capable of actually hitting Saddam's bunkers around Baghdad.
Bombs over Baghdad.
So what they did is they improvised and they took retired howitzer barrels. And in 3 weeks, took them from retired howitzer barrels to bigger, better bunker busters. And they hit a bunker just outside of Baghdad that did not have Saddam Hussein in it. And 3 days later, they surrendered.
It's amazing what showing you can reach out and touch someone where they thought they were secure does to their perspective.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that the U.S. prematurely ended Desert Storm by doing that. But long and short of it is, when somebody is looking down when somebody is understanding that they are no longer safe, their perspective on things changes. Look at what happened to the Japanese at the end of World War II when we gave them the sun twice. Instant rice cookers have come a long way ever since.
I mean, they did say they were the empire of the rising sun. We just made that true.
Right. Exactly. So when you really think about it, once you change the calculation of what the leadership of a specific antagonist nation has to take into consideration, they go, hold up,
Wait
a minute. Or they turn into Ralphie going, I'm in danger.
Speaking of like, I could go autistically on and on about Desert Storm and how it was a completely unjustified war because the Iraqis were absolutely right. The Saudis or the Kuwaitis were in fact stealing Iraqi oil, and they were entirely justified in their invasion. And the only reason that the United States went in and defended Kuwait was because Kuwait was willing to sell oil to us on the petrodollar, and Saddam wanted to convert to a gold dollar, and that caused
the whole reason
problems.
why Operation Praying Mantis happened. Gas prices went up, American people got pissed, and the U.S. government went, well, you can't raise gas prices. So
and now Trump has decided that he wants to demand that Venezuela give America back its original rights to the Venezuelan oil fields off their coast, which surely with a communist country is going to go well.
Well, I'm absolutely certain we're not going to end up in a war with Venezuela. That would never. The U.S. would never go to war over oil.
We'd certainly never go to war with a Central American. I almost called it Middle American. Central American country.
Sorry, I'm just read the latest comment from Sigma Chimp Grindset.
All right, guys, it's Uncle Sam here with another fantastic cooking video. Today we're tackling 246,000 grains of rice. With us is our guest, the Enola Gay. You know, the funny thing is that the camera plane, when the atomic bomb was dropped, was called Necessary Evil.
The what?
The camera plane, the one that got all those shots, all the film of it.
Oh, yeah.
Was called Necessary Evil.
Yeah.
Well, it had been called that the whole war. Like it since its existence, since it deployed, it had been called Necessary Evil. I just think that's an interesting little tidbit that not a lot of people know. The camera plane, the B-29 that flew alongside the Enola when she dropped the sun, was called Necessary Evil. Yeah. And then there was that one poor bastard who wound up in both atomic blasts. I mean, okay, I say I have the worst luck in the world, but I feel like maybe he beats me.
Maybe by a little bit.
That poor dude.
You know, when that second one hit, he's probably like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Quick story, because I have to go piss real quick, but I'm gonna tell the story before I go do that, and then you can read the rest of this article. But so what essentially happens is he lives in Hiroshima and he works in Nagasaki. Okay, he comes home from work, goes to bed, wakes up in the morning, hears the air raid sirens, and then realizes he doesn't really see planes in the air, so he's like, "Oh, this doesn't seem so bad," and then boom, right? You know what happens next? He survives and is like, "Oh my God, that was terrible, but I still have to go to work." And, you know, and he's like, "Okay, well, I'm going to go to work. It's in Nagasaki. It hasn't really been bombed. It should be fine. I'm going to go there. I'm going to stay in a hotel there in Nagasaki. It'll be fine." So he takes a train there. He's at work the next day and trying to explain to his boss what has happened. Like just a couple of days later. And he's explaining to his boss what has happened. And tells him, no, there was an air raid siren and we couldn't hear any planes, and we looked up in the sky and there's only a couple of them. And as he's saying this, and his boss is like, "Bullshit, there's no way one bomb could do that."
Boof.
And this is a paraphrase of what he would retell in like 1987. He's talking about, and he's like, and my boss is going, "No, that one bomb couldn't possibly do that."
The air raid sirens go off. I look out the window and I only see one tiny flight of American planes. And I go, oh God, and throw myself to the ground. And my boss goes, it's not that big a dick. And boom, the second one goes off. He is either the luckiest man or the unluckiest man in the world, depending on how you want to look at it. Because this poor asshole,
yeah, that could easily go either way.
Has survived not one but 2 atomic blasts. The only person in all of human history to survive 2 atomic bombs.
Well, I mean, you've heard of Operation Plum Bob, haven't you?
Yeah.
Where the U.S. decided we're going to fire a Genie nuclear air-to-air missile over the top of these grunts. We're not even going to tell them what's going on. We're not going to tell them what's going on. We're not even going to tell the photographer who's a civilian what's going on.
Who's filming it, so that we can demonstrate, see, it doesn't harm anything. They all died of cancer.
No, they didn't.
They pretty much did. Almost all of them.
But they were like in their 80s when it happened.
Yeah, but they still almost all died of cancer.
Sure, but they lived longer than the average person at that point in time in that generation.
I mean, it's true. Maybe they're all turning into ghouls. All it took was just a little bit more, just the right radiation.
I'm just saying that there's that wonderful video that Kyle Hill has out talking about radiation and how maybe it's not as bad as everybody says it is.
Well, Kyle Hill has a whole series. So Kyle Hill, if you're not watching Kyle Hill on YouTube, I highly recommend him. He's pretty freaking awesome, but his Half-Life series is amazing.
Yes.
Kyle Hill is also a very big proponent of atomic energy, just like I am. Super, super cool. Highly recommend him. He also does a cameo, by the way, in Abiotic Factor, the video game.
Yep.
There's an entire character that is him in the game, voiced by him, that deals with an atomic reactor. It's pretty cool. But anyway, do you want to read the rest of it? It's from the Military Times. Do you want to read the rest of this article?
I have it up here. I'm just trying to remember where the hell we left off.
We left off at the Pentagon reported 4.65 trillion in assets and 4.7 trillion in liabilities located across all 50 states and more than 40 countries.
All right, I got it. So the last part of this, the department cannot resolve decades of war, neglect of America's defense industrial base, read as complex, and soaring national debt through unchecked spending, Hegseth said in a statement released with the audit. We are dedicated to openly sharing audit results and using them as a guide for continuous improvement. Anybody believe that?
No,
make sure.
No.
No. Okay. Just want to make sure. We believe this report clearly illustrates that progress and our unwavering dedication to ensuring every taxpayer dollar is used effectively and efficiently to strengthen our national defense.
Bullshit.
Then give us that. Yeah, bullshit. Give us an itemized bill of all of the shadow programs.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that.
Oh, yeah.
The department's chief financial officer, Jules Hurst, wrote in a letter included in the report that the Pentagon aims to resolve, quote, critical issues, end quote, and achieve an unmodified audit opinion by 2028. Unmodified. That means that they're modifying this motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
To fail, because there's so much classified shit happening that we don't need to know about.
Yeah, that's the only way they would actually pass an audit, would be revealing all the dark shit.
Right. Which, I mean, the government always says to us, if you have nothing to hide, or if you have nothing to fear, then why, or if you're not doing anything wrong, then why do you have anything to hide?
Exactly.
So what are they doing that's wrong that they feel the need to hide? It's just,
yeah,
just things to think about.
The government doesn't have any black ops. I don't know what you're talking about. None of that ever happens. None of it's budgeted. You're making things up.
Says the man who worked for Third Group.
I have no idea what you're talking about. The government has nothing to do with any black ops. It's never done anything off the books. It is all on the up and up. I don't know what you're talking about or could be talking about.
Speaking of intoxication, because I'm talking, Andrew just got done talking. We're going to talk about his spirit animal next.
Oh, are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about my spirit animal that I found now. I'm so proud
mine
of
too.
This.
To be fair, mine too, because I mean I've got my bottle of whiskey right here.
I'm so proud of this raccoon.
Right, heavily intoxicated raccoon passes out in liquor store bathroom after breaking in and ransacking the shelves. Masked bandit breaks into ABC store, gets drunk. Is literally the screenshot at the top of this article. It's fantastic.
I love that they're now selling merchandise for Drunk Raccoon and raising all this money for the local animal shelter. Like that makes me so
contributed.
Happy.
I did too. I bought 2.
I got 4 stickers.
I haven't yet, but I really want to. I really gotta.
Ashland, Virginia. Animal control officers in Virginia responded to an unusual call this weekend. So, for reference, this was published December 2nd. So, it's a couple weeks old, but we haven't been here for a while. So, responded to an unusual call this weekend after a raccoon broke into a liquor store, ransacked several shelves, and passed out in the bathroom. On Saturday,
the photos are pure gold, by the way.
Oh,
if you haven't seen the photos,
gold.
This thing is sprawled out next to the toilet.
Seeing a trash panda worshiping the porcelain god is amazing.
Well, this is every weekend pass I've ever heard of, summed up in one article with a raccoon.
That was my 21st birthday.
This is just my weekend, I think, on average. Actually,
Saturday,
no, that's not true. I don't get sick.
On Saturday, officers with the Hanover County Animal Protection and Shelter were called to the Ashland ABC store around and found the raccoon unconscious in the store's bathroom.
The destruction this raccoon caused.
Is probably maybe probably $500-$600 worth of damage.
It's this trail of like empty and broken bottles all the way down the damn aisle.
The raccoon had damaged merchandise on multiple shelves and gotten into the liquor before passing out in the restroom. The officers safely secured the quote very intoxicated raccoon, end quote, and took it to the animal shelter to recover, the shelter said. After several hours of rest, the raccoon showed no signs of being hurt, quote, other than maybe a hangover and poor life choices, end quote, the shelter said. It was released back into the wild. The officers, the officials said the raccoon...
You could swap raccoon with private here, and
you could do that around any military base across the globe.
After several hours of rest,
same results.
After several hours of rest, the private showed no signs of being hurt, other than maybe a hangover and poor life choices. It was released back into the wild. Like, it still makes sense.
I mean, you could use private, airmen, seamen. Yeah, I mean, any of them. E1s or E1 to E3 across all branches of the service. They're all raccoon. Officials said the raccoon broke into the store through the ceiling and damaged the store's security system in the process, triggering a power outage alert from the security company. The store said the animal damaged $250 worth of spirits, which means it literally was drinking like a private, because I guarantee you it was like MD 2020, fucking Boone's Farm, Fleischmann's, all
Jack.
all of the top shelf, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you look at the Trail of Destruction, you'll notice that the bottles that are unopened and unharmed are all like fairly good scotches and like bourbons. It's
the bottles
stuff that's like broken open that it clearly drank are like MD 2020 bottles and like just absolute garbage. Like that's
would just increased his hangover.
Yeah.
Oh God,
that's what's because if you look at the picture, right, you can see pretty clearly what I'm fairly certain is a Buffalo Trace bottle, and then a bottle for what is almost certainly a Glenfiddich. There's a few bottles of mixers there, and then lots of little bottles of, is that Windsor? Maybe.
Yes,
I think that's Windsor. And then further down the aisle, I can't quite tell what that big bottle is.
The one down towards the end?
Yeah, before you get to the box of wine that it chewed into.
Adult juice boxes, Andrew.
But like, you can tell like this thing, and I think that smashed bottle, that smashed green bottle, looks an awful lot like a Jameson bottle to me.
Probably.
So I'm pretty sure
is so hungover he's ready to meet God.
yeah. Like he like just Jameson, MD 2020, a couple of boxed wines. Like this thing is drinking like it's at a frat party and not like a Greek frat party, like one of the other frats.
He's waking up that cage in the morning just like, oh, fuck my life.
Nah, he's doing what Andrew did when he got married to the stripper. He's like, oh, what did I do last night? Oh my God.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Fun fact, my marriage to that stripper cost me $21. That's how much I had to pay the justice of the peace to marry us. My divorce cost me $4,300.
You know, I gotta admit, it was kind of nice when my divorce only cost me $250, not including child support. But I call that an investment.
Yeah, 40. I just want to point out, $21 to get married, $4,300 to get divorced.
So now that we've introduced you all to our spirit animal,
I love that raccoon. I love that raccoon. It's
let's see.
I think though I want to talk about this farmer because we got to do a couple of serious ones here.
All right. While you do that, I'm gonna go swap out my whiskey glass. Hold on.
All right. So this one infuriated me, and I do want to talk about this on this show because it absolutely very deeply infuriated me. Government threatens seizure of 85-year-old's entire farm for irrigating wrong field. For irrigating the wrong field. The government is preparing to take the private land and legacy of an 85-year-old farmer for the crime of irrigation. Why? He watered his crops without regulatory approval. I didn't use a drop past my legal rights, but because I put it on the wrong field, I'm a criminal and the state wants to take everything I have. Bob Grief says it's all about control and power. And yes, it is.
1,000%.
Yeah, he's right. In response to Grief's water violations, and I know this will shock you, Washington State Department of Ecology levied a series of fines totaling $121,000 and slapped a lien on his property. The department issued press releases championing its actions and portrayed Grief as an environmental outlaw. Notably, ecology officials are not penalizing Grief for the amount of water pumped, but rather the location applied. Put it where we say, or else. This is the worst abuse of power by ecology over a farmer I've seen in my career, says water consultant Tim Ryerson. Or Ryerson, sorry, Ryerson. Ned Ryerson. Anyway. Why the state chose to issue massive fines instead of permits is unexplainable. And the more facts you know, the worse it gets. Ecology made it impossible for Bob to be legal and still survive on that farm. It's cruel. I can back everything I say. Grief insists the state's measures are a nightmare you don't wake up from. Quote, why do they care what crops or acres I put my legally obtained water on? He asks, how did things ever get this crazy for farmers?
Long story short, my good man, the reason things got this crazy for farmers is very simple. They don't want you dictating what you're doing on your own private property. They want to control all of it.
Yes.
Yep.
On a bare bones 160 acre, 120 of them are arable, farm outside Deer Park in northeast Washington, Spokane County, Bob Grief rotates alfalfa, oats, hay, and barley. His fields are evenly split by a road, 2 80-acre tracts to the south and north of the ribbon. Grief rubs pennies to make dollars. His last tractor purchase was in 1992 for $70,000. Quote, we traded a number of even older tractors just to get the price down to what we could afford, he recalls. Deploying conservative farming practices on relatively tiny acreage, Grief's operation is akin to a step back in time. Describing Grief as old school is an understatement. In 1939, Grief's father, Willie, purchased an initial portion of the creekside property and planted seed potatoes. A decade later, 1949, Willie secured a water right and began irrigating. My dad bought that first 80 by the creek and then bought another 80 across the road, Grief explains. In about 1953, he ran a pipe under the road and started pumping to both fields because the second one had more cultivated land and was level. Willie watered on both sides of the road until his death in 1991. Grief continued watering in the same manner. Potatoes were replaced by alfalfa and grain. Regardless of the crop, Grief's soil produces limited yield without moisture. Each year, as his crops rotate on a given piece of dirt, he requires flexibility to add more water in some areas and less in others. The logistical dance is make or break. For example, Grief typically grows 1 crop of alfalfa dry land and 3 irrigated, and he grows 50 bushel dry land wheat and 100 plus bushel irrigated wheat. Legally, Grief holds 3 water rights, totaling 136 acre feet per year annual volume for irrigation on 37 acres north of the dividing road. I've always pumped from our water rights and survived on this dirt since I was a boy, Grief exclaims. Now they tell me they'll kick me off my own land. For what? Because I irrigated the wrong acres without permission and owe them $121,000. Sound crazy? It is. One day I'm pumping water just like I have for 70 years, and the next day I'm the target of people who know nothing about farming. Nothing.
Shocker.
And that's the case in point for the vast majority of these regulatory retards, is they don't know anything about the land. All they know is this is a chunk of property and that is a chunk of property, and they're treated equally, but they can't be because they're two different ecologies.
Yeah. In 2019, Grief's mailbox clinked with a snail mail message from the Washington State Department of Ecology. Mr. Grief, you're irrigating on the south side of the road, but we don't find a record of a water right for you to do that. Significantly, Ecology made recent headlines in 2023 after finding King Ranch in Grant and Douglas counties almost $268,000 for alleged wetlands destruction. Ecology referred King Ranch to the state attorney general for a criminal investigation. And the USDA is backing King Ranch.
What a shock.
The USDA, the federal government, is backing the rancher over Washington State's
Which
people.
Isn't, as dumb as this sounds, that's not entirely surprising. Because the USDA, as much as they're a stupid, fucked up agency by themselves, I've seen a number of times where they'll actually go to bat versus like in Wisconsin, I've seen it versus the DNR. They'll actually go to bat against the DNR and tell him, look, what he's doing is the right thing for him. So either you back off or we just cut you off from the federal tit.
This is ridiculous. It all started with a letter, Grief says, his voice trailing off in disbelief. I had a set amount of water I was allowed to use, but they said I was in big trouble if I used it on any row except what they allowed. In July 2019, Grief knocked on the front door of water consultant Tim Rearson's home in Yakima, roughly 3 hours distant. Seated at Rearson's dining room table, Grief told his tale. At the helm of Streamline Water Consulting, the highly esteemed in the irrigation industry, Rearson navigates both agriculture rows and the paperwork maze of water rights. Prior to private practice, he worked for 7 years from 89 to 96 at Ecology in the Water Rights Division. Translated, Rearson understands nuance on both sides of the table. Rearson researched Grief's water rights and farm history. Quote, the research showed Bob's water rights don't cover south of the road. Ecology doesn't seem to register the significance of irrigating in plain sight for decades, but I found an explanation for it. In 1968, Bob filed to irrigate both north and south, and it was approved in 75. But when Ecology certified the right in 83, they left out the south part, possibly in error.
It wasn't an error.
Well, no, it might have been. It might have been a simple paperwork error. But now the government's paperwork error is potentially costing this man his entire family farm that is 2 generations old.
Because ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Unless you're from the government.
Unless you're the government.
I don't think Bob read the certificate fine print. Rearson continues. Ryerson. It might be Ryerson. Ned Ryerson. Okay. If you haven't watched
Groundhog Day,
go watch Groundhog Day. Anyway, he thought it was fixed and farmed at 50 years. Ecology has this false narrative they've spread around that he's a bad actor. Bob Grief actually wants to follow the rules, which is why he contacted me. People need to understand how important this farm is in Bob's legacy. It's subsistence farming and water efficient to keep pumping costs down. Classic rotation practices, hand labor moving wheel lines, and the orchestrated timing and movement of limited water. He's a treasure, and so is that farm. Ryerson's remedy was straightforward. Follow the rule book and get Grief legally cleared to irrigate the south acreage. Once proved, Grief could take his 136 acre feet and spread it to the south acreage. Same amount of water, but poured thinner across more acres. According to Washington state law, growers are required to adhere to a single irrigation program for 2 years before spreading is allowed. Grief willingly jumped through the onerous regulatory hoop. I asked Bob to follow the statutory requirement exactly to qualify for increasing acres, all while still using the same amount of water, Ryerson details. There's a calculation, blah, 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 blah. All we need was 2 years of water use and on the 37 acres in the north. File the application, provide all the supporting documentation, technical work, and get the approvals. This is what I do for a living. Bob did what I asked in 2020, 2021, irrigating an alfalfa stand in the north. Alfalfa hay has deep roots. It takes a lot of water and then gets multiple cuttings. He even had bad luck with a pump going down that hurt his average. He was willing to give up some water rights to get approved quickly. In 2022, the regulatory box is ticked. Ryerson presented all the paperwork to the Spokane County Water Conservancy Board and gained approval in August. Conservancy shipped their decision to Ecology for a maximum 75-day review period. Under Washington state law, if Ecology does nothing, Conservancy approvals automatically become final. After 2 years of yield losses on his south of the road acreage to satisfy state's regulations, he was on the cusp of gaining permission to spread water. Then everything went to hell. Ecology intervened on day 58 of
2
75.
days. Oh, God.
At first, they said the water rights couldn't be overlapped, which is nonsense, but they also said Grief wouldn't be able to farm that many acres with the amount of rights he had. The power records on his irrigation pumps proved he did. To tell Grief how he can and can't farm is insulting and frankly embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I wanted to cover this, because this is mind-blowing. Conservancy had accepted Ryerson's irrigation plan on August 22nd, 2022, opening a path for Grief to irrigate on both sides of the road and spread the water onto all irrigated acres. However, on November 9th, Conservancy called for a meeting with Ecology, recalls Kevin Freeman, then chair of Conservancy. There's not funding for us to hire our own private consultants to review those applications. We're a volunteer board. So we rely on Ecology's technical expertise related to the applications. Regarding Mr. Grief, we had questions about the technical aspects of how water spreading was to occur between groundwater and surface rights. Turns out, Ecology didn't agree with Mr. Grief's consultant's, Ryerson, interpretation of how the water was to be spread and if that was appropriate.
For fuck's sake.
We never approved the application, says Freeman, a geologist and a hydrogeologist working mainly in lower Yakima Valley with long legs in private consulting, 35 years of experience. This was a technical disagreement at state level between Ecology and Mr. Grief and his consultant. It was apparent that the difference was strong enough that Ecology would reject the application. We felt it was better for Mr. Grief to work directly with Ecology. 6 days later, on November 15th, public records show Conservancy voted to withdraw its decisions, stating for each the board intends to revise and resubmit for Ecology review the record of decision and report of examination for the subject application. Ryerson explained his consent. I initially agreed to that step for the board to withdraw its formal approvals from August 2022 based on the promise a compromise could be found. Plus, we had no leverage, meaning no money, no time to fight Ecology in court if they denied the board's approvals. But when Ecology intervened, what followed was an exhausting game of bring me a rock.
That sounds about right for just about every government agency.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's where clients without wealth would go broke, Ryerson adds, but I had stopped charging Bob by this time, so it didn't work. In early February 2023, Ryerson completed a third technical report. He thought he had finally broken through. He had not. What happened next was fatal to Grief's compliance efforts. The 2023 irrigation season was approaching. On February 13th, the Conservancy board held a meeting without telling me, Ryerson notes. They asked for technical support from ACQ, or about ACQ from Ecology. Herman Spengel, the liaison to the board, and his supervisor, Jamie Short, attended. At the end of that meeting, the board voted to drop the applications completely. I only know details because I did a public records request for their emails.
So they had a private meeting between government officials, leaving, the vested parties completely out of it.
Completely out of it, completely in the dark that it was happening, in the dark of what the decisions were, everything.
And did that obviously maliciously.
Very.
Because they wanted everything. They wanted the whole works.
Yeah. After that, the applications went to Ecology as last resort for approval. They could have approved them in April. Instead, Ecology sat on the applications and tried to wade Bob out, then fined him in June. Then, as if it couldn't get worse, Ecology rejected his applications based on his non-compliance and kept adding fines. And this is from the lawyer, I want to remind you. What the hell? I even sent them an email 4 months before that final rejection, begging them to issue permits, not fines. It was short. I remember it saying, please be human, be humane. And here we are.
They're bureaucrats. They don't give a shit about being human or humane. They don't give a fuck.
Nope.
The amount of blood boiling over this. Right. Living in I live in a city, but not a very big city.
This would be far more understandable of a reaction than Malheur.
Remember that we all live right in all three of us on this show right now. We all live in areas where farming happens all over the place around us.
Yes.
We are constantly around farmers. We all know farmers. We interact with farmers.
Mm-hmm.
We know how hard what they do is, how much work they put in, and that they do care about the world around them. They do care about the ecology. They care
about the world around them far more than the fucking twig pigs could ever dream.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They care. They care about
their livelihood. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. They care about the soil and whether or not the soil is going to keep producing. They care about the water and the health of the groundwater table. They care about all these things because that is what they depend on. It's not like they're being malicious. They care. And this poor fucking dude has tried to jump through a million fucking hoops. He's 85 years old. He's tried to jump through a million fucking hoops to make these motherfuckers happy. And they still fucking.
Because they've already decided that he's in the wrong. He's been doing the thing that they don't like for long enough. And they decided it's done. They're done working with him.
It's because they had hoped that he would just run out of money and couldn't fight them anymore. And then he'd go away. And because his attorney and consultants were now doing this for free, he didn't run out of money and he didn't go away. And now they're pissed.
Yeah. Now it's malicious prosecution.
Technical excuses are a dime a dozen, Grief says. It's always the same story with the agencies and departments, Grief says. They got a million reasons why I've done something wrong, but they don't want to talk about the plain truth that I'm just trying to spread my water rights over my crops and that I've never stolen any water. Ecology personnel place blame for the permitting rejection on Grief and Ryerson. Because of course they do.
They're always going to try to pass the buck on the person being wronged.
They sent us something and we reviewed it and got back to the Conservancy Board and said, hey, you don't actually have the information you need to make this recommendation. Explains Jamie Short, Section Manager for Ecology's Water Resource Program in the Eastern Regional Office. Like, just the ingredients aren't there. Jamie Short, Jaime Short, Short. Section Manager for Ecology's Water Resource Program, Eastern Regional Office in Washington. So they decided, and this was all in consultation with Mr. Grief's consultant, meaning Ryerson, to withdraw their recommendation. He was going to get them some additional information, and then that did not occur. So eventually we kind of kicked the applications back to him because we didn't have what we needed to process them.
You know, I'm working on a picture here.
Brooke Beeler, Eastern Regional Director of Ecology, Echo Short. I think that the crux of the issue here is when Mr. Grief looked at his quantity or how much he'd been using, he wanted to put it in a different place than was identified in his right. And he started to work through that process with his Conservancy Board application and then again following up with us. That was a meaningless collection of 2 sentences.
Word vomit.
Can anybody see what I'm sharing right now?
Hang on, give me a minute.
I'm not saying there's an answer. But I'm saying there's an answer.
There might be a solution.
I'm sure.
I'll even call it a final one if you do it right.
I'm sure we know somebody down in Texas that has one completed that would allow them to borrow it.
Tennessee, actually, but he's currently working on a tax evasion lawsuit.
Yeah, which is bullshit.
It's absolute
complete
bullshit. It's
I could go on and on about that. Yeah,
that's a whole nother tism for next show.
Oh yeah, I could go on and on. I could go on and on about that. On and on about that. But anyway, so
Shaller's right. The government, that is how the government wins 99% of their prosecutions. They have an unlimited budget known as the taxpayer.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's not even the taxpayer, because remember, your taxes don't pay anything. They only pay debt on the national debt, or interest rather, on the national debt. They don't actually pay for anything. Your taxes pay for nothing, my friend. Nothing but interest on a debt that was taken out against your future labor. You know, more than anyone, you know who you can thank for that? There are two people that you can thank for that more than anyone. JP Morgan and Woodrow Wilson.
Fuck that guy.
Mhm.
God, I hope he is burning in the deepest fucking pits of hell.
But hey, you know what's important is that America won World War I. Anyway, and that's where we told him we do not have enough information from you to be able to make that change for you to expand your acreage or to put this water that you claim you have in additional acreage. Claim. He may have had enough to do what he was attempting to do, but he didn't share that information with us in a way where we could make that approval. Instead of working with us, he chose to ignore us and continue to irrigate illegally.
No, he filed absolutely every fucking piece of paper you threw at his ass, and you decided to ignore half of it.
Yeah.
Because you decided he was doing something wrong and you were going to get him one way or another.
Yes, exactly. Like you just made this decision, right? You just decided, no, I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy because he wants to do shit that I don't entirely understand because I don't know anything about farming.
Sounds like a muffler plant in Granby, Colorado.
The way that government loves to step on farmers' rights constantly, the way they love to trample farmers' rights and trample on farmers and treat farmers like shit and everything, just infuriates me.
Well, and that goes back to something we talked about earlier when we were talking about H-1Bs and rented labor and all of that stuff. So when you talk about all of this stuff, you talk about men, women, whomever, that they're actively trying to inject positivity, positive things, production. Some might even call that a good thing into the economy. Then you have the government come in and actively beat the living piss out of them. Then you turn around and have that same government sell productive farmland to China, India, hire cheap ass fucking labor. And you look at column A versus column B, and you can see who their preference is. Their preference is for column A because they don't give a fuck about column B.
Well, this is the thing that keeps happening, right? We've talked about this on the show over and over again. Every chance government gets to screw over farmers, it takes. Every single chance. It just keeps happening over and over and over. We see it again and again and again. It just endlessly happens, right? And this is an example of a farmer who's trying, right, far more than any of us would, to comply, right? He's not trying. This guy is not trying to evade them. He's not trying to circumvent rules. He's trying to comply and do everything the way that he is supposed to.
And they are screwing him at every single fucking turn. And then, and then, they accuse him, the guy trying to comply, with being a bad actor. They have the fucking balls to accuse him of not being the one who's operating in good faith.
Yeah, they're the ones having secret meetings without notifying them.
Yeah. Secret meetings that his attorney can only find out because he did a Freedom of Information Act request.
Right. That's the bitch of it, is because they intentionally tried to hide all of this. His attorney had to file and pay for a FOIA request in order to find any of it out.
This dude is 85. 85.
He's already past life expectancy. What the fuck? Are you just trying to bend him over and wait until he dies, essentially, so you can impose it on his estate? That's the long and short of what you're trying to do.
Here's the thing. As long as he is alive and owns that property, you can't sell it to Chinese property interests.
Mm-hmm.
Or to some developer trying to build a housing tract.
Exactly. You can't put a subdivision there if there's a fucking farm there. Following ecology's rejection, grief turned on the water.
And here's the thing about the what you just said about the subdivision thing. Right now, in America, there is, in fact, a housing crisis. We have too few dwellings for too many people.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the long term in the United States, housing prices and all of that is just going to crater in the next 15 to 20 years because there aren't enough young people looking to get into the housing market.
Everyone's given up. Well, but see, here's the thing. As long as private equity continues to buy houses to then rent to people, the housing market won't crater.
But if there's people looking to actually get into those buildings, you're right. The second that the population crisis actually takes hold, which is going to happen, because Gen Z is half the size of millennials.
Well,
and Gen Alpha is 2/3 the size of Gen Z. So if you actually look at the numbers, but granted, we're not going to live long enough to care. But my son, my oldest two children, are going to live in an era where the economy is going to absolutely crater because housing is going to absolutely crater. And everything propping all of that up, all of the retirement funds, the pensions, all of that shit that's propping all of that shit up is just going to fucking dive.
Well, we've already started to see that. We've started to see where there are several companies that were snapping up all these properties in various places that suddenly couldn't rent the properties because what they were asking for these properties, the amount of money that they were asking for these properties was more than anyone in the area could actually afford. And no one wanted to live in that area because it's too far from any of the major job centers.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, these companies are now running out of money because they can't even now unload the properties because they're asking too much for anybody in that area to afford because they bought them way above market to make sure that they got them. And now they're going, we're about to go bankrupt. Government, help us.
Which is exactly what's going to happen. They're going to sit there and complain about the government not helping bail them out. because you've got companies that are subsidiaries of equity firms like BlackRock and all that fun shit.
You mean
Mm.
BlackRock that was recently sitting at the negotiating table in Ukraine?
Right, like that.
Yeah.
For no
So
reason that has ever been publicly released, suddenly BlackRock was there?
why would they tell us why they were there? They're government. They obviously know better than we do.
Mm-hmm.
But
But this is
for anybody not paying attention, that's sarcasm. But what drives me up the wall is and I'm gonna throw a lot of blame out here for this. Boomers piss me off because they hoard they hoard their properties. The average age right now of first time home buyers is 40.
You know what else is funny about first time home buyers? Do you know the ratio of male to female for homeowners in the United States right now?
What you got?
Females are 3 times more likely to own a home than males in the United
Well,
States.
that divorce money pays well.
Yep.
Not just divorce money. No. It's not just divorce money. It's divorce money. It's child support.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's government incentives that favor women, right? That's what it all comes down to. It's all of these things that slant it to women, which is why men tend not to own homes anymore. One of the interesting things that I've noted, right, and I'm, in case no one's been able to tell, I'm fairly autistic. So I noticed
We fucking all
patterns. So I noticed patterns. One of the patterns that I've noticed on dating apps is that about, if you remember, back in the day, right, like when we were teenagers, whatever, guys would always be like, I own my own home, I have my own car, I have my own property, blah blah blah, I got this good job, I got everything, right? That was how dudes advertised to women. Look at all these things, look at how good a provider I am, look at all these things I have. What I have noticed in an awful lot of dating profiles over the past 10 years, just watching them, because it's a fun thing. If you haven't done it, it's entertaining. It says a lot about society. Women are now constantly saying and advertising themselves. I have my own home. I have cars. I have a good job. They also have kids in general.
Yeah.
But that is an advertisement that women are starting to do as a majority on dating profiles, pointing out that they have all this stuff. I don't need anything that you have. I got all my own shit.
So, something Sigma just said. I've noticed that women have tried to take on the role of men, which pushes men away. Yes. So what you're talking about right there is modern feminism and how it's inevitably demonizing anything that's remotely masculine. So if she has a son who displays any traditionally masculine traits, she will almost literally, if not literally, beat it out of him to where he's completely subservient to women. And men, one of the things that people talk about nowadays is the male loneliness epidemic. Well, what that largely amounts to is men deciding that it ain't worth their fucking hassle to engage with women when a single conversation between him and a woman could result in him being portrayed as a creep, a misogynist, or whatever,
Predator.
resulting in him being largely canceled in their local community because he had the audacity to walk up to a woman that he found attractive and shoot a shot. So men are finding ways to avoid that altogether. And what they're doing is they're isolating themselves in video games. They're deciding it's not worth it. Exactly. They're deciding it's not worth it. It ain't worth it for them to stick their neck out because all they're going to do is end up shit on and wrecked.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it for men. Men have no incentive to get married. Men have no incentive to there's not an advantage anymore. There's just not. Just plain old there just isn't a reason for men to bother anymore. And I've seen a lot of, and I mean, you know, and obviously everybody who watches the show knows I'm poly, right? I'm ethically non-monogamous, so I'm not so I'm on dating apps and everything. The trends that I've noticed have been that like women on dating apps are one, they're advertising the material things that they have, which formerly was a thing that dudes did.
Yep.
But now women are doing it. And you know, going, well, I have my own house, I have my own car, and you better make it worth it if I want to be with you, because I also have my kids, and you better be there for my kids.
What do you bring to the table? This is what I have.
Well, and here's the thing, right? Like that is the reality. It is the reality, right? And I'm not like Andrew Tate's a fucking fag. I don't give a shit about him. All right.
Myron Gaines, same thing.
Yeah, I fucking despise those dudes, right? Like punch them in the face. It's watching his ass get beat was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I hate that dude so much. Like, shut up. The reality is, though, that if you are a male in at least in the Western world for the most part, especially in the United States, and you're in your late 20s, 30s, whatever, and you're in the dating world, the women that you will tend to encounter anymore are advertising, look at all of the material things I can bring, which is a thing that formerly men did. But then it's always with the caveat
that she's been run through.
It's always with the caveat that she's got 2 kids, 3 kids, all this additional responsibility as well, that she's then going to expect you to pick up. And she might say in her profile that she doesn't, but she does to a certain extent expect you to pick that up. And then these same women will wonder why they can't find a guy. Well, it's because any high value male looks at that and goes, why would I take on all of that additional responsibility, all of that financial burden, all of those things? Why would I take that on?
And to go beyond that, any high value male that is, I shouldn't say any, the majority of high value males at that point in their lives are either spoken for or they've been fucked over by somebody by a woman who falls into the category of, I have all of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the thing is like, you, as a man in the modern world, right? As a man, you are expected to not ever be upset, apparently. You're never allowed to be upset. You're never allowed to be stressed. You're never allowed to be disappointed. You're never allowed to show emotions. And with as much as people go, toxic masculinity. But if you're like, hey, I'm really upset and I'm really hurt and I need help. Oh, well, you're just a weak man
And that's what happens, right? From
Because
these
nobody
same
gives a
women
shit.
who scream about, well, it's the same women who scream about toxic masculinity. If you're not like toxically masculine, where you won't show emotion and things, and they're like, oh, you're just weak. So you get like, you can't win
No.
as a male, right? Like that's what happens. And then you have all of these women who have used every grant and every government subsidy and child support from the three baby daddies and all of this other shit. And the baby daddies, obviously, and that's why men aren't buying houses, right? Because if we have children with these women, now 2/3 of our income is being sucked out to support them.
Right. And I'll talk about strictly Wisconsin laws. So in Wisconsin, it's 17% for the first child. But that's 17% of your growth, of your net. No, let me rephrase that. They calculate it as 17% of your gross, but they deduct it from your net. And then on top of that, you're also required to, if you're, say you're a single man, you could be paying the single rate for health insurance through your employer. No, if you have a child with a woman that you're
they'll
not married
require
to,
that you're
also required to then also carry health insurance for that child, which now you're paying at least single plus one, if not family, depending on how many kids you have.
Yeah. And so you're paying,
it turns into like
25,
almost 30% of your income out the door.
Yeah, and it's you're paying all this money, you're having all of this, like all of this money's going out. So you're working enormous hours, right? And now, oh, well, why aren't you spending time with your child? Well, because I have to work 70 hours a week to support you, you cunt. Like support you and the boyfriend that you have that deals weed and keeps dropping you off at your job and your beat to shit Nissan Altima while he's wearing flip-flops and sweatpants, and he drops you off at your job and then does who knows what and probably plays video games and lives on my child support. Like there is no incentive. There is no incentive for dudes to get married. There's no incentive for dudes.
Where's the advantage? It used to be there was at least an economic advantage for a man to get married. There used to be 30 years ago. But third wave feminism has completely killed that. Because
Lindsay,
men have decided. So what it used to be is men wanted, all a man has ever wanted was peace. He wanted to come home from work after busting his ass all day and have a little bit of peace. Whether that peace was a cold beer when he got home and a hot meal, or whether that peace was a wife who happened to be relatively sexually interested, or just spending time with his kids. A man has always wanted to come home and find peace. Hold on, I'm not done. With the modern era, there is no peace. A man comes home and
not
he's
the modern era's
expected.
fault.
It's the past era, but it's because of the past era that the modern era is as fucked as it is.
But the thing that I want to point out though is that this is not the result of recent decisions. This is not the result of current things. This is the inevitable result of the peace and love 60s generation, right? The boomers. This is them.
You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. I was getting there. I mean, if my wife didn't let me finish, fuck, I'd be pissed. But the long and short of it is, yeah, you're right, Andrew. It's the extended problem of the peace and love era, the feminine empowerment of the 60s and 70s. That what we are living through right now is the inevitable result of that. You're right. You're absolutely right. Some would even say, and I'm not saying this to pick a fight, but some would even say that your lifestyle is a direct result of that. Now, I'm not saying that your lifestyle is wrong, because you're an individual. You and Lindsay are open about it.
My lifestyle has existed forever.
Right. But but in the modern era, in today's world, a lot of people are actively exploring a lifestyle like yours for that result.
Here's
going back to what I was
saying.
Going back to what I was trying to say in the first place. The modern women, modern 20-somethings into their early 30s, because it's after their early 30s that they realize, oh shit, my biological clock is ticking. But in the modern era, what you end up with is these spinstress women that they think they've been told all their lives, go get your bag, girl, go be the equivalent of a man, go do all this. And what you also see is a vast majority of women in the modern era are on SSRIs, anti-anxiety medications, Adderall, all these different things to help them cope with the fact that they're not, for lack of better terminology, being women.
There's a video out there that is like portrayed as like a time traveler, right? And it's this modern woman and a woman from like the 19th century or 18th century. I don't remember which one. And she's like, oh, we've gotten all these rights and whatever. And she's like, that's fantastic. And she's like, what are you doing? Oh, well, I'm getting ready to go to work. Work? Yeah, I have to go to work. Well, what about the children? Oh, they get they get cared for, by the government. We send them to school. You don't care about your children? Well, of course I care about my children. Okay, but what? And like it just keeps building. And this woman's like, why am I fighting for rights? No, this isn't what I want at all. This is terrible. This is a stupid idea. Why would we do this?
There's a reason why women's suffrage with the 19th Amendment was literally a 50-50 issue for women.
Yeah, and you talk to an awful lot of women today, and they go, yeah, women really shouldn't be able to vote.
You're not wrong. And the reason you talk to a lot of women that way is because they know that if a man has to register for selective service to potentially be dragged into a war against his will, he might be a little more, what's the word? He might be a little less liberal in how he applies everything when he has his voice heard.
Well, it's
and that's a small part of it, but the vast, I'm in the modern era. Okay. Preface. The state is wrong and should not exist. Okay. Either of you two that are in this group right now disagree with that?
No, but if you're about to say something that supports the state, that negates that statement.
I'm speaking from a position of realism. The state exists. Okay. And should not. With the state existing, the only people who should have a say in how the state behaves are people who have a stake in the game.
There was a time in the United States where everyone who had votes had skin in the game, right? And that definitely
Things ran much more smoothly.
Yeah, that definitely like it because it incentivizes things, right? And
Right.
if
If there's a chance that you're going to get dragged into involuntary military service, for example, or you happen to be a property owner, or you happen to be a business
Well,
owner, there's a
remember
reason
that-
why you should have a voice at the table.
remember that
If
the
you
United States
happen to be a dumb asshole living in a rental property with no skin in the game, none. So you've never no selective service, not none of that. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have a voice.
Yeah, it. So Sigma Chimp asks in the chat, actually question to ask y'all in private, but did your service influence your political views towards more right leaning? It did for me. Here's the thing. My experiences turned me into an anarchist, which I don't find to be right leaning. At least within the United States, the idea of the political right, the idea of the political right, political left, whatever, I reject it all, and it what it taught me is that one of the things it taught me was that the worst liars were on the political right. It
That
taught
wasn't your
me
military service so much that taught you that, as it was the perspective that you might run for Congress.
No, that was what solidified that there was no redemption. But what I've experienced in my life has taught me that the worst liars are on the political right. The people who pretend the worst are on the political right.
Sure.
Because they are people who love to espouse ideas of freedom and personal freedom and
while embodying none of it.
Yeah, the idea that, oh well, the government shouldn't interfere with, if I'm not hurting anybody and everything. They love to say that, but at the end of the day, the American political right doesn't care about any of that. It doesn't believe in any of that. It doesn't want any of that. It wants to force everyone into a fascist level of compliance.
So I agree with that. So he clarified, he should have worded it better. Did it drastically change your views from prior to service? So yeah. Sigma, I'll give you my evolution. So when I was prior to enlistment, I would have considered myself a patriotic, anti-Bush person. Okay. I enlisted, had some issues with all of that. When in 2004, I was anti-Bush, voted for Kerry. 2008, trying to be the pragmatic anti-racist I was, voted for Obama. By the time 2012 rolled around and I was paying much closer attention to everything that was going on, I did go to the polls and I voted for Romney because he was the most milquetoast person you could think of. And I knew he wasn't the vapid racist that Biden and Obama tried to paint him out to be. In 2016, I was hard libertarian. and I was really hopeful that the chairman, the Cheeto chairman, would be able to actually do something other than toe the line. And I voted for Cheeto. That was the last time I voted really for anything. Because once Cheeto got in and nothing happened, I was like, nah, fuck all this shit.
I turned into an anarchist really rapidly. Really rapidly. When I was 18, I voted for W. I have an action figure of him right here. Super cool. He talks. Look at this thing. Look at this. It's going to be a historical collectible eventually. Right.
That's Andrew's retirement plan, by the way.
It's not. I have my Top Gun Bush. I have my talking Donald Rumsfeld.
Top Gun Bush.
Yep.
That sounds like some sort of double entendre I never heard before.
The statement I made is sound as a rock. I didn't say a rock.
Okay. I have a talking Donald Rumsfeld. Okay.
Fool me once, shame on me.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
And you can't get fooled again.
Well, I should be fooled again. Yes. Yes. But I do have those. It's ridiculous, but I do. I inherited those from my grandparents. Right, just to put in perspective. My grandparents were very, very conservative, but still Irish Catholic. At least my grandma was. My grandpa was he had
as a
anyway.
Catholic, wouldn't they be conservative generally?
No, the Catholics tend to be very left. Fun fact.
I mean, I've only ever known my dad's siblings, my aunts and uncles. Most of them are devout Catholic, and every last one of them is right.
You'd think, but no. Statistically, Catholics tend to be very left. Which being Irish makes sense. But if you don't understand that reference, learn history. Anyway, I became an anarchist very, very early. Because of the life I've lived, because of how I've lived my life and the things I've done and the people I've worked for. I realized that politics was a game and it was all smoke and mirrors very early in my life. I initially was very conservative, but started moving away from that as I learned a lot of things, and I think the core of anarchism, right? The core of anarchism is, I think that everybody should be able to do anything they want as long as they don't hurt anybody else. And that core is conflicting with both political parties, but it is more openly conflicting with Republican parties the past 25 years than it is with Democrat parties, which is funny because 30 years ago it was exactly the opposite.
Once you get done with this train of thought, Andrew, I'm gonna push on that just a little bit. But go ahead.
Yeah, the
Before you continue, though,
issue-
I'm about to bounce. It's getting late.
No worries, brother. Thanks for
yeah,
jumping.
man, no
I
problem.
got to get up early as shit. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
me
too.
too.
But you know what? Some things are worth talking about. So
hey, keep on going.
appreciate you jumping on.
See you later, Pink Bunny.
Catch you at the next one.
Later.
But for me, the world that I grew up in was the George W. Bush world, right? Like once I came back to the United States and I'm suddenly dealing with American politics, and which was very, very foreign to me, is very different to the politics that I grew up with, and a lot of the ideas that I grew up with. You have to keep in mind, like I grew up very much socialist. The IRA is a very socialist organization. The Irish government is a very socialist government. A lot of those ideas are very socialist, and that's the thing that I grew up with. And when I came here, it was a little different, but the reality is that Republicans are just as socialist as anybody else. They really are. They're exceptionally socialist. Because the ideas of the military, a socialized military spending, socialized police, socialized everything, like for protection, that's still socialist. That's still commie. That is still a thing that is very, very socialist and very like, oh, everyone should contribute, and if you don't, you're not patriotic, and therefore you're not part of this country, and you want to be part of this country, don't you? And it's very fascist, it's very socialist, and I reject it wholeheartedly now. And I reject it wholeheartedly now because of all of the things that I saw while I was working for those people and doing those things that I did. I see what they're really about. I know what they're really about. I know how they really are, and I flat out reject them. I reject their concepts. I reject their ideas, and I don't want it. It's wrong, and I don't want any part of it. So I became an anarchist largely, like what solidified it was when I tried to work within the system and then saw that you can't. But realistically, I became an anarchist because I do not agree with anything that either party in the United States wants, and because I saw that both of them are authoritarian and that any possible political wing is about power and about coercion and about forcing people to live the way that I dictate to them and restricting freedom. And I decided that I didn't want that I would rather risk too much freedom than go, well, we should just, be draconian. I prefer the terrors attending too much freedom. Personally.
And I don't disagree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with there being, if there's too much freedom, then there's inherent risk involved in too much freedom. And there's no, in my opinion, no such thing as too much freedom. I have to, based on my experience, I have to square too much freedom with understanding the world that my children, because I have children spanning literally three generations. Okay. I have Gen Z, my oldest two. I have Gen Alpha, which is my middle child, and I have two Gen Bravos. So each one of those generations of children is going to see the world through a markedly different lens. And the fact that I can see that as a millennial puts me in a position where I have to start to consider the world that I'm going to leave behind for my kids. Does that make sense? I see you're muted. So
for me, what I want, you know, my daughter, the only one of the three that I have anything to do with, for my daughter, I don't worry much about the world I'm going to leave her, because I know that the amount of impact I'm going to have on that world is minimal.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. My point is, while I understand that perspective, I understand my individual contributions to the world 80 years from now are
Man, I hope that people are still talking about me in 80 years. I hope that I have made such a scar. I have traumatized government to the point that there's a law named after me.
Sure. Now, but you understand what I'm saying is I have to impart my values, my livelihood. I have to impart all of those values onto my kids, right?
Yeah, and I think
but
that
if my kids absorb the values that I was raised with, they're going into a world that doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, they are, but right and wrong persists.
Right and wrong persist. But the problem that you run into when you deal with what this person or that person, wherever they happen to fall, whether they're in government, in the private industry, whatever, right and wrong doesn't exist in the world that you and I perceive it to exist anymore. It doesn't. Period. End of story.
But it still does. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. No. It does in terms of this is right, this is wrong. Morality, you're right. But in terms of what these kids, these people, even young adults, are perceiving the world around them to encompass, it doesn't. So you have to work within not the confines of what the state gives you, but the confines of how our kids recognize the world today in order to get them to understand objective, not subjective, but objective, right and wrong. And the difference is the world we were raised in doesn't exist. The world they're raised in is the world we have to understand in order to get them to understand the world we were raised in.
Unfortunately, the world that I was raised in does exist. I was raised in a war zone. That's the difference. I was raised in a war zone. And there's no two ways about it. It's a war zone.
The whole
If
world
you're-
is a war zone today.
Yeah, but if you're ever confused
I
about the world I
wasn't-
was raised
I wasn't
in, Google
raised in
the
a war zone.
troubles.
Andrew, I wasn't raised in a war zone. I was
Right.
raised in the United States from birth till now.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is like you need to realize though, right and wrong, it persists regardless of situation. It persists regardless of anything. And ultimately,
in the historical
way
context, the U.S. is a historical outlier.
it's not. It's
It
just
is.
wrong.
The U.S. is a historical outlier in that if you look at all of human history outside of the United States and North America,
It's still
war
wrong.
at home is far more common than what anybody who's ever been raised in North America since 1863 would understand.
But here's the thing is America is basically Rome. It's Rome.
It is.
It's Rome, and it's not an outlier. It's just Rome. It's Persia.
No, it's an outlier.
It's yet another empire.
But no. I have to contradict you a little bit. You're right. It is another empire. But I have to contradict you a little bit. Because with Rome, there were contiguous enemies capable of inflicting damage on the homeland.
And not really.
The Gaul to the north were capable of damaging.
Were eliminated with Julius Caesar before it ever became an empire.
They had enemies on
years.
What I'm getting at, they had enemies on the border.
They had what they called enemies on the border.
They had the potential for adversaries therein.
They had enemies that they called enemies. They had enemies that they made up.
But we
enemies.
don't.
They had people
That's the
that
point.
they decided.
Andrew, you're sidestepping what I'm saying. As Americans, we don't have that.
But do we not? Look at what Trump's saying about Mexico and about the cartels.
Why are you deferring to Trump?
Look at
this
is what I'm saying because he's the leader of the country, right? This is still this is the same thing that Rome said. But this is the same thing that Rome said. This is what I'm saying. This is the same thing that Rome said. Rome wasn't actually threatened by Germanic barbarians. They weren't actually threatened by the Celts in England.
They were early, but
actually
once they
threatened.
them, it became less of a problem.
They weren't actually threatened by them. They weren't. The might of the Roman Empire was not truly threatened by these people. They could have easily consolidated. They could have easily solidified their borders, but they weren't happy with their borders. They wanted to continue to expand, and Rome didn't have the ability to justify what it was doing and how it did it without continuous expansion. It needed to continuously expand. It was a vampiric process, the same way that Hitler was, the same way the Soviet Union was. They're vampiric. They need to expand because if they don't, they can't justify what they're doing.
Okay,
and so they have to.
So I'm going to play devil.
Expansion.
No, hold on. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for you here for a second. So you say the U.S. is Rome. It needs to vampirically expand. In the last 50 years, name one new territory that the U.S. has encompassed into its own.
Iraq.
50 years. Iraq is not a U.S. territory.
Not officially.
We
didn't see. Here's
Puerto
the difference
Rico.
Is
no.
Rome did the same thing.
Stop.
Rome did the same thing. Rome did the same thing. Rome figured out vassal states. They figured out vassal states, and they said, "Well, we're not truly going to conquer you, but here's the thing: is you're going to do trade with us, or else you're going to do these things that we say,
abject trade with us.
Yeah,
Iraq does not do abject trade with us. The vast
They
majority of the trade the U.S. does with the Middle East is with the Saudis and the Kuwaitis. We have virtually nothing to do with the Iraqis.
We buy enormous amounts of oil from the Iraqis. Enormous.
We buy enormous amounts of oil from the Saudis.
We also,
the Kuwaitis.
During the Iraq War, we seized more than $1 billion in solid gold from the Iraqis.
Don't disagree with that at all.
This is the thing, right? America styles itself as non-colonial, even though we've had colonies over the years. Lots of them. They style themselves as non-imperial. But the reality is that the idea that you would exert your influence on other countries, every other country in the world, and you would say you're going to do things the way that I like you to do them, or else, is itself colonial. That is colonial power. That is being a colonial power.
Don't
exerting
disagree with
that
that
influence.
I'm going to ask you a question, and it's important that you stand by and listen to the whole question. That is true. However, what I will ask you is, what international superpower through all of human history, and I mean all, hasn't leveraged its ability to control international trade in order to meet its ends?
All of them have, and all of them have collapsed, and they were all evil.
Okay. So then explain to me how, in any way, size, shape, or form. Now, I want to emphasize, I absolutely think individuals should govern themselves and how they deal with their own property. But I want to ask you, how exactly does an individual in Wausau, Wisconsin, who runs their own cranberry farm, because the vast majority of the world's cranberries that are consumed every calendar year are produced in Wisconsin, between Warrens, Wisconsin, a town of about 500 people, and Wausau, Wisconsin, a city of about 24,000. About 80% of the world's cranberries are produced in that area.
So explain to me chunk of superfluous information for the evening.
So explain to me how an individual cranberry farmer, say in Babcock, Wisconsin, by all means, look that shit up, is supposed to fairly negotiate a price or trade for their individual wares on a global stage.
They don't need to. They absolutely don't need to. And historically, they don't need to. The Silk Road and the Spice Road involved multiple steps in trade, thousands of years before the internet and direct connection. But on direct connection, they could easily do it. Trade existed a very, very, very long time before empires tried to control everything. It always did. But the Spice Road in particular is where I would look here. And historically, the Spice Road, you had people who were couriers. They bought everything and negotiated prices. They then transported everything, possibly part way, possibly all the way, depending. Transferred that to other people, sold it to them, and then it got sold off to wherever it got sold off to. Now, that's the way that the Spice Road worked. That's the way that the Silk Road worked. Both of those terms, by the way, didn't get created for those routes until a few hundred years after they kind of died out, but
they
um,
never really died out. They kept going for.
well, I mean, they still kind of exist, but no one's transporting shit by camel across deserts anymore. But calling it the
No, it's
Spice
just
Road
diesel
doesn't show
truck
up.
now.
Like the Spice Road, the Silk Road, those terms don't show up until the 19th century, and by then they really weren't a thing anymore. But those happened back when Europe was still hundreds of kingdoms. They showed up when there wasn't really any the closest you could get to controlling kingdoms at the time were various dynasties within China, and including the Mongolians, and a few controlling dynasties in northern India at various times, as well as Cambodia. You had the Khmer in Cambodia, who were actually the ones who probably built the first city that ever had over 1 million people in it, which was for probably about a century the largest city in the world. But Europeans really like to pretend that they're the most superior and they had all the first things, but it's not really how history pans up. But anyway,
I mean, you can look at Cahokia and look at and see
in Cahokia, maybe 20,000 people ish.
I've seen a lot of archaeological records that indicate their year round was probably 50 to 75, but they weren't unfamiliar with numbers in the 500 to 750,000 number range.
That's highly unlikely. But it mostly based on the archaeological evidence we can see, like there's a possibility, because you had a lot of ephemeral buildings, you had a lot of things that, but the earliest known city that supported over 1 million people was almost certainly within the Khmer Empire, and in particular Angkor, which is the site of the famous Angkor Wat. Angkor almost certainly had well over 1 million people, and at the time when it develops well over 1 million people, Rome is a backwater. It's extremely ancient. It's extremely advanced. China, I mean, Chinese cities, they develop their huge sizes fairly early. They have incredibly intricate things going on. While Europe is going through the Dark Ages, Eastern Asia is pretty much just trucking along, still advancing, ignoring them. Most of the Middle East kind of is as well. Europe loves to pretend that it's super cool and super advanced, and it's not. Like, it's just not. it laughably not.
I mean, the Mongols with mounted archers.
Well, not just the Mongols, the Huns, even, who we're still not entirely sure who the hell they were or where the hell they came from or went back to. They just kind of show up and do some shit and then go away. There's a lot of Eastern society seems to get ignored by Western society, and I think that's funny as a historian. And again, I'm a trained historian. If anybody's listening to this and they're questioning why I'm saying I'm an actual trained historian, I know a lot about history, and what I'm saying is the East beats the shit out of the West technologically and civilization wise and everything for like 1,000 fucking years. It takes a lot for Western society to catch up to these.
Exactly.
The problem is
back into obscurity.
The East stagnates, and they hit like this warlord era, and I would argue that's kind of a cyclical thing that happens. You get a society, it advances to a certain point, people start rebelling, things start to happen, it collapses. It goes back to warlords, and then eventually starts to rebuild itself, and it goes back, and it's just kind of this cyclical thing. But in a lot of history you see that, but including in Rome, in Egypt, one of the oldest civilizations in the world, ancient Egypt, a civilization so old that the first archaeologist that we know of in history was a pharaoh
in ancient Egypt because ancient Egypt was so old by the point that he ruled that he could be an archaeologist of older Egypt. So, because ancient Egypt, like Old Kingdom, was already more than 1,000 years old by the time this guy shows up.
Not to mention the fact that a number of things that we now look at as ancient Egypt, if you actually look at it logically, are more ancient Egypt.
Well, the Old Kingdom. So if you look at ancient Egypt, you look at the Old Kingdom. Old Kingdom's about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. Middle Kingdom 3,000. You're still looking at 2,500 to 3,000 years ago.
But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of things that they've found in the ancient Egypt, like even the Giza Plateau, from 12,000 plus.
If the world is that old. I don't necessarily think it is. But anyway, what's important is you have a lot of this stuff, and I there's a lot of evolutionists, a lot of older people that are going to be mad at me, but I don't really fucking care. You're wrong. And I can prove it. But anyway, the ancient Egypt, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of years of contiguous ruling, to the point that you do have the first archaeologist, who is an Egyptian pharaoh, who is already considered ancient by us, and the things he was studying within his own country of ancient Egypt, like, was ancient even for him. That's how old Egypt was. But I digress. To return to what our point is empires are all kind of the same, and all empires kind of think they're just. They think they're special. They think, oh, but this time I'm just and I'm moral, and this is the right thing, and it's over and over and over again. Empire after empire after empire after empire throughout history kind of thinks that, oh, we're just, we're the right ones, we're the ones who have the justification. No, all these other ones, yeah, well, they were wrong for various reasons, but we're special. This time we're special, and it happens again and again and again and again and again and again. America is no different. America is just another empire that also thinks that it's somehow special and it's somehow just and it knows better and it's going to rule the world better than everybody else and it's doing things better than everybody else. And it's just another empire. At the end of the day, America is just another empire, an empire of iron and clay, perhaps, but another empire that is destined to fall. It is just another empire. Okay. And with as much as America pretends that it's not an empire, with as much as people who support American empire try to pretend that they're not imperialists, that they're not colonialists, that they don't believe that, the ultimate end of the day, you think America, if you're an American imperialist, you think that America should be able to dictate to every other country how they should run. You think they should police everybody. You think they should be in charge of everything that happens on the world stage. That is empire. That is an empire. That is the definition of empirical thinking. That is what an empire does. It dictates to everyone else. It exerts its influence on everyone else. That is what an empire does.
Okay. Allow me to play devil's advocate. You ready? So a number of other powers across the globe, call it, say, the chicken tax, for example, or the dairy tariff for Canada, or the multitudes of tariffs and import restrictions in China on American produced goods, whether it be soybeans or what have you. Those were all well entrenched and in place against the United States 40 years ago. Would it not be incumbent upon a place like the United States to then respond in kind with reciprocal tariffs?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it would be completely reasonable if somebody's pointing a gun at your friend for you to point a gun at them.
So then,
But
would
at
it,
the
then
end of
how
the day,
then how would you
you all die.
You're not wrong, but then how do you declare? How can you objectively declare that the United States is acting as an empirical state when the United States has been
Other empires
transgressed
acting,
upon by other states and allowed to do so for 60 years?
other empires acting as empires does not unmake your empire. Persia also had neighboring empires that argued with them. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had to deal with the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire and lots of other empires, the Russian Empire. None of that made them not an empirical power. Just because there are other empires does not mean that you're not an empire. Just because there are other countries that want to be other countries does not make you an empire. The entire concept that other countries aren't allowed to act in their best interests, even if it's not in your best interest, that concept is empirical.
Okay. So again, I want to play devil's advocate because it's been a while since we've been out there. So I want to, if anybody stayed with us this long, I mean, we're 3.5 hours in. I want to make sure that people understand this. Explain to me how, from a non-empirical sense, you do fuck all.
Capitalism. If you allowed capitalism to work and to be the thing that you operated under, you would not have to worry. If you allowed the market to decide what is the most expensive thing, if you actually allowed the market to decide, which the United States has not done for 100 years
or more,
if you actually allowed the market to make decisions, you would not need to care. Everyone would simply live their best life. And I should specify, if you allowed the market to be the one that decided and you didn't suck the lifeblood of the market out in order to pay for empirical wars, to exert your influence throughout the world, if you didn't do that and all you did was worry about your own economy, which the United States did up until World War II by and large, which is why it was the powerhouse of the world, which is why it won through logistics, it won through production, it won through its own ability to just make things, right? That's why it won World War II. If you allowed the United States to simply be a capitalistic society again and simply run according to market forces, it would not matter what other countries do. You would beat them every single time. The only reason it's even a debate of what new socialist policies we need to institute with price controls and tariffs and all this other bullshit, the only reason that we're debating these socialist policies is because we're already in a socialist country, because it's just socialism upon socialism. That is it. The reality is that price controls and tariffs and protectionism of domestic business is a socialist fucking policy. It is a national socialist policy. It is fucking fascist. That's what it is. It's saying, no, I don't want the market to decide anything. We need to control this through government mandate. We need to control what people buy through government mandate instead of just going, let the market decide. Let the market figure it out. If we truly adopted
fully free market policies, and we just went fucking go free, go do your thing, man. Like find the cheapest shit, make shit as cheap as you can. Everything else, we're not going to have a minimum wage. We're not going to have required benefits. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to let the market determine how all of this is going to work. And it's all just going to come out fine, because it will if you let the market decide. Because I realize it may shock people, but people pick the best options for them consistently. And if a whole bunch of people are choosing the best options for them, it turns out to be the best option for a whole bunch of people. That shouldn't need to be said, but it is. Once you do that, if you let a free market exist, you let free trade exist, you let all of these things happen, you become an economic powerhouse. The biggest powerhouse economically in the entire world right now is Taiwan. And Taiwan has the freest economy in the entire world. They don't have tariffs. They don't have import duties. They don't have any kind of things on if you want to start a business. They don't have any of that shit. And that is why they're the economic powerhouse that they are, to the point that they're a tiny little island full of Chinese refugees, post 1940s Chinese refugees. That's what Taiwan is. That's all it is, right? Chiang Kai-shek lost against Mao Zedong, and him and all his people packed up and they fled to Taiwan, which was part of China. Which again is why when China goes, that's part of us, I'm like, yeah, technically, yeah, but no.
I mean, to be honest, if you really want to look at it, no, technically Taiwan, at least post World War II, is part of Japan.
Well, no, Taiwan is what China could have been.
Well, and Schaller raises a good point. The only reason Taiwan has the economic pull that they do across the globe is because of their ability to produce semiconductors and chips.
Gosh, you know how they manage that? Because they have a really free economy. Because they didn't have any restrictions. Because people could just set up companies. Because people could compete with each other. You can sit there, you can go, oh, well, Taiwan can't defend itself. Taiwan has all these issues, whatever else. You know why Taiwan has so many countries willing to defend it against China? Because they depend on it economically. Taiwan doesn't need a military because they can pay everyone else to be their military. Taiwan has so much fucking money. It's the same with Qatar, right? Qatar barely has a military. Qatar essentially is barely a fucking country. It has like one city that's right on the coast. The rest of it's fucking desert. You know why they have so much money? Because they have a super free economy and oil. They have something that people want that makes them tons of money, and they don't restrict it. They just do business. And therefore they don't need a military. They don't need anything because they can pay everyone else. Everyone else will defend them because they're like, no, you're my friend who I do business with. And I don't want to lose that ability to do business with you at a fair price and everything else. So therefore I'm going to protect you. This is how these small countries succeed. Free economies, capitalism.
Allow me to ask the question. And this is more of a theocratic question than anything. But how, as a nation, the United States, founded on Christian values, can you square doing business with a country of people who view you as their moral adversary?
Well, first of all, the idea of combining big business with Christianity is hilarious because Christ himself said that it is harder for a camel or for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle. Which isn't a literal eye of the needle, by the way. That was actually a place with a really narrow canyon, and camels had to like shove themselves through and be coaxed and everything else. Christ also sat down. He ate with hookers and tax collectors and the dregs of society. All of that being said, Paul says that he makes money for himself by making tents. That's what he does. He's a capitalist. He has a skill. He employs it. That's how he makes money. 13th apostle. That's how he does it. Or 12th apostle, depending on if you want to count Judas after the whole like hanging himself in a potter's field thing. But Christianity is a religion of freedom and allowing people to do what they're going to do. As long as they don't directly harm other people, you let people do what they're going to do. Right? Christ verbally condemns people, but even when is it Peter? I think it's Peter draws his sword and cuts the ear off of the legionnaire, and Christ puts the ear back on the legionnaire and heals him, right? You don't force anyone to do anything. Remember that the Israelites had to beg God for a king, and then God gave the Israelites a king. God did not want the Israelites ruled by a king. He did not want human government to be a thing that existed at all, period. That is not how humanity is meant to live. We are not meant to live under other humans. That is not a thing we're supposed to do.
I'm going to hold you back there. And I'm going to say this.
Are you about to quote a deliberate mistranslation that was that was declared by a king in the 17th century to justify his power?
There's a very wild difference between the Israelites and the Israelis. No. What I'm going to say is Old Testament, you had very clear Israelite kingdoms and the effectuation thereof as time progressed. Then you have the heretics, the Muslims, show up and
they don't show up in the Bible.
They don't, but in the historical record, you have to run the two side by side.
I mean, not really. If you're going to talk about the Bible, if you want to talk about the Old Testament, let's talk about the Old Testament, right? Like, let's talk about the Old Testament. Let's talk about the fact that all of these other kingdoms that had kings and things were all pagan. All of them
the
were
Israelite kings.
And the Israeli kings, right? The Israelite kings, the kings of the Hebrews.
Yes, you have to make sure you emphasize it's the Israelite kings, not the Israeli. Very different.
They get chosen by God himself. There is no heritage there, right? Like Daniel's not the son of another king.
You're right.
God chooses them and condemns them. Saul. He chooses them, right? And they all fuck up. And most of the stories of them is how they fucked up because they're human and are really cautionary tales about why you don't have humans in charge of other humans. And that they're all going to fall short. They're all going to fuck up.
We're all human.
Right?
We're all sinners, period.
Even Solomon screws up. And he's the wisest person who ever lived. He even screws up. Okay. You want to talk about the Old Testament? Let's talk about the Old Testament. In the Old Testament,
And so God gave Israel a king, right? That's an important verse. God does not want to give Israel a king. God does not think Israel should have a king. God, in fact, tells Israel multiple times, he tells Israel, you don't need a king. You know right from wrong. You don't need anyone in charge to tell you that.
Because
And
the only king is me.
And their argument back is, but how else do we deal with these other countries? And that's constantly the argument is, but we need somebody in charge so that we can deal with all the other countries. And so God relents and he goes, well, fine. I will pick a king for you.
Which ultimately turns into the modern debate. And the reason I bring that up is because you're right. God repeatedly tells the Israelites, look, you don't need a sovereign. You don't need somebody on the earthly realm to rule over you. The reason God relents is because he recognizes the threat from without.
No, it's because he goes, the only way that you're going to be able to negotiate with these people and that these people are going to listen in any way, shape, or form is if you have a king. That's it. But he says and he specifies, I will pick them for you. And he picks them. And there's a point where he stops picking a new one. And he never withdraws his order that he should be the one to pick them.
No, you're absolutely right. And he stops withdrawing them, or he stops picking them because the Messiah comes.
Because we don't need one. We don't need one. Christ is called the King of Kings, right? There's precedent for that. There's historical precedent for that. Even within the Bible, there's historical precedent for that. It references it.
Not disagreeing with any of that.
The King of Persia, right? It's the King of Persia. He's the first King of Kings. And this is where we first see it as the King of Persia. And I love ancient Persia, actually. And I always argue with people that, like, you misunderstand the whole story of Thermopylae because the Greeks were the bad guys. The Persians were the good guys.
And there's a reason why God even says, and that no other king but me.
Yes. Thou shalt have no king before me. Thou shalt have no God before me. This is important, right? This is important for me as a Christian and an anarchist because I look at this and I go, God never intended humans to rule other humans. He never intended and never wanted and never sanctioned unchosen people from ruling other people. That was never a thing that was ever supposed to happen. Ever. That is not a thing that is supposed to happen. And remember that when Satan tempts Christ on the mount, right? When he tempts him, he says, I will give you all the kingdoms of the world. That's what he says. Christ never disputes that he can. You know why? Because all of the kingdoms of the world don't serve Christ. They are all beholden to the one who is called the King of the world. Not the King of heaven, the King of the world. And that is not Christ. That is called the King of the world. Governments serve only one master, and it is not God, and it is not Christ, and cannot be that. It can only be one. There is only one master they can serve, and that is the master of the world. That is the adversary, that is Satan. All governments can only serve him. They can only do that because none of them have been chosen.
So, again, I don't disagree with anything you've just said. But I have to play, for lack of better terminology, given the current discussion, devil's advocate. Right?
God of the world.
That's right. How do we know?
What do you mean? How do we know? The Bible spells it out pretty clearly. Either, and here's the thing.
No, you're right. The Bible spells it out. No, hold on. The Bible spells it out clearly. But you look at everything that's happening in the world today. Not this country.
Sigma, that is, the water is God's sweet nectar. If you ever watch Pelly, watch Pelly on YouTube. Papa Pelly, hilarious gamer, by the way, but he always talks about how the water is God's sweet nectar. Nectar.
Right.
Yes.
Hydration break. This is my 7th one of these today, so
I typically go through about a gallon a day. My bladder is functioning well.
So God also said that he would assign somebody to lead.
If there was someone worthy.
If there was someone worthy.
The fact that he hasn't says no one is worthy.
The challenge to that, and I'm not saying I'm challenging this. I'm playing devil's advocate. Okay. I'm not challenging it as a person or individually. I'm challenging it as arguments I've heard across the board. Fair enough?
I mean, you can challenge whatever you want to challenge. You're not going to change my mind, but you can challenge it. I'll probably have an answer.
My response to that is God also said that humanity would not know when he chose a new king.
That is nowhere in the Bible.
No, it actually is, but
give me a verse. Give me a verse and I will look it up.
He says you will not know when the new time is. How does it go?
You will not know the day nor the hour when he is going to return.
That.
When Christ is going to return. That's what it's talking about. Is
because Christ is the King of Kings.
When he's going to return, are you trying to imply that Christ has returned?
I'm trying to,
because I'm pretty sure that he specifically said that there was going to be some very major things when he came back. One of them was the battle of the apocalypse, and a new heaven and new earth, and the resurrection of the believers. All of that's listed before he comes back. All of that. Now, I'm a preterist. If you want to look up what a preterist is and a midist and all those things, you can feel free to do that. I'm a preterist, but the rapture is going to happen before he comes back. And he specifically says that there's going to be a fight between him and the serpent, also known as the woman who rides the beast, also known as the woman upon 7 hills. All of that happens before he comes back. The rise of the Antichrist happens before he comes back. The fall of the Antichrist happens when he comes back. Locking the Antichrist and Satan away for 1,000 years happens when he comes back. All of that happens.
So, again,
as far as to answer Sigma's question, as far as if the rapture happens before or after the tribulations, that's where Christians tend to debate. I'm a preterist, which means that I think that the rapture happens prior to the beginning of the tribulations that are mentioned in Daniel 9. Some people think that it happens partway through because there's supposed to be 3.5 years of peace and then 3.5 years of war. The 3.5 years of peace might happen before the tribulation. I don't think they do. And I think much like, I can't remember his name, the guy who wrote the Left Behind series, I think that the tribulation is able to happen because of the rapture, and that's what causes that. That's up for debate. I'm not going to call anyone a heretic for disagreeing with me. But there is debate about that. I think that the people who think that it happens at the end of the 7 years of war or the 7 years, where the Antichrist rules are insane. But again, I'm not going to call anybody heretic for that. That's kind of a minimal thing. That's a thing that we can debate back and forth, and we can have that argument. Like I'm willing to have that argument and listen to opposing viewpoints. I think they're wrong, but I'm willing to listen to people hold out those other viewpoints.
Apologies for that, but my bladder wasn't going to hold up anymore.
Yeah, but the debate happens, right? The debate happens.
And see, I'm more the thought of the 7 years of peace or the 3.5 years of peace happens, and then it's about 3/4 of the way through that the actual rapture is more likely to happen.
Well, the thing is so there's supposed to be 3.5 years of peace, 3.5 years of war. It's spelled out in Daniel 9. Go read it if you haven't. Highly encourage you to, but that's what's supposed to happen right at the end. The debate is, are Christians around for the 3.5 years of peace? I would argue that they're not. It doesn't make sense, because how can the Antichrist rule when we can clearly, those who are saved can clearly see who he is and recognize him for who he is? How can he do that if we're around? And I don't think that he would be able to, and therefore, because we would not be deceived. So I don't think that would work.
We would not be deceived, but those of us that are called to Christ are also called to minister to those who would be deceived.
Right.
So
and
the 3.5 years of peace would be the time while the Antichrist is ascending to power, for our opportunity to preach to those that would be deceived by the Antichrist.
Yeah. And I see where that argument is. I disagree with it. I see where it is, right? And again, it's not like I would call somebody a heretic and shove them off a bridge.
We're all called to ministry, and that's why I think that's where that becomes a problem.
I see where that argument comes from, and I understand it. My argument to it, though, is that I think that there would be a concerted effort by the Antichrist to try and remove people who truly saw him for what he was.
Which would just send those people to God.
Well, maybe. The thing is, he wouldn't be killing them. And that's the thing, is he wouldn't be killing, because this is peace, right? This is true peace. Peace as described in the Bible generally, in the words that are used within that. In Daniel 9 indicate like true peace. There's no conflict. There's no war. There's no major conflict. And in that instance, I would say that what that indicates is that there can't be any Christians around, at least that pre-existed the tribulation. So what that seems to indicate to me anyway, based on my studies of it, and again, there are people much smarter and more well-versed and who speak Hebrew much better than I ever will, who have studied this, have said, oh, well, maybe I think that it's in after the 3.5 years, and it's not. Okay, well, I see that. I see where you might think that. I don't think that's likely, but it's possible. Either way, we've gone way off track. My point is, though, to your response, is that Christ certainly hasn't come back yet. And we will know if he does, because it's not like the return of God to planet Earth is going to get missed.
I mean, when you actually understand all of the things that happen at the point in which Christ returns to Earth,
no, there's one specific place he will come back, because he said that's where he's going to come back.
It's true.
He said the Temple Mount, that's where he's coming back. He's going to put his feet there. That is where he is going to return, in the middle of Israel. He is going to come back.
But he also said, it was also said that he would not return until the construction of the third temple.
Not exactly. That isn't quite what that says. What he says is that the Solomon's temple will not be destroyed prior to his return. Keep in mind that Solomon's temple was destroyed in not fairly early BC. Rome obviously still exists at the time, but there is still a single wall left, a wall that we traditionally know now as the Wailing Wall. That wall is still the original wall of Solomon's temple. Now, interestingly, there has been many campaigns to try and rebuild Solomon's temple. However, they all fall flat because sitting on top of the Temple Mount is the World Heritage Site known as the Dome on the Rock,
Which is a
mosque that is sitting in the way. Mosque that was deliberately placed there to prevent the building of the temple. But that's why that's there. Now, all you need is one wall for the temple to still exist realistically, and that's enough. Also, interestingly, it mentions that there are going to be 2 prophets preaching during the tribulation.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't had any prophets since Christ. But we did have a couple of prophets who never died. So, there's a lot of things like that. I could go on and on for hours about the end times, and I've studied it very, very extensively over the years, and it's interesting. One of them's Elijah. Anyway, because he never died. Remember, it's given unto man once, and then to die unto man once to die, and then the judgment. Elijah never dies. He's carried bodily into heaven.
About a half a dozen other people.
There are two outside of Christ, and Christ does die and then comes back. But there are 2, and exactly 2 prophets who never die. Only 2. And chances are those are the 2. They come back, which has got to be weird for them, right? Like, he's been like hanging out in heaven for, like a couple thousand years, and like suddenly you're just back on earth.
Could you imagine? You said they never die. Could you imagine being these prophets, right? Who legitimately on earth never die.
Well, they just flat out they never died.
Could you imagine living that life where you're like, nah, man, I saw it when they started building the fucking pyramids. I saw it when they built the Sphinx. I saw it when Babylon fell. I remember what the gardens of Babylon actually looked like.
Weirdly, they actually wouldn't. But they would remember when the pyramids got built, or were starting to get built, roughly-ish. Yeah, about that. Well, no, that would have been later too. Anyway, later too.
But you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
all of the things that they've seen over the last 2,000 years.
Yeah, more than 2,000, about 4,000 years. But yes, it would be very, very strange. I can't even imagine having like ascended and like then getting dumped back, and you're like, what is all of this? What is that thing? It's a car. What?
Where are the horses?
Yeah, like it. Where's the rest of the temple? Nah, this is all that's left. What is that? It's called barbed wire. And I think the Left Behind series does an okay job of portraying what it might look like. Obviously, it's not going to be that, but I'm a big fan of the Left Behind series.
Big fan of the Left Behind series.
I've only
Not
seen
Kirk
the
Cameron. Kirk
the
Cameron
first and
irritates
the
the shit out of me, but
Is that the original series?
the Left Behind, the books, and then the original movies with Kirk Cameron. Kirk Cameron irritates shit on me, but the book, the even the movies aren't bad. Like I don't hate them, but I'm not a huge fan. Anyway,
I've only seen the first Left Behind movie.
Left Behind, the with Kirk Cameron, or
Yeah.
the remake where Hollywood like bought it and tried to reboot it and turned it into garbage.
The original Kirk Cameron.
Okay, yeah, because I know that I know that was a thing that happened not long ago where they tried to reboot it and it was garbage. But anyway, we are at the 4-hour mark, so we are double the time, and I need to get to bed because I need to work tomorrow. If you have stuck with us all the way to the end of this, you're a champ,
I'm sorry.
Man. I appreciate it though, and we appreciate you guys listening to us. We will probably debate some more at some point in the future, but as of right now, we want to thank you for listening to us and putting up with our autistic rants and things.
Coming in the new year, we're talking about probably about a once a month ordeal, because it's a lot easier to plan for once a month than every 2 weeks.
It also deals with my stress levels better, and hopefully I still have a studio in a bit. I have to move in March, so
his stress levels and coupled with that, understand that as the news cycle gets more and more out of control, we will try to interject, even if it's just an hour or 30 minutes here or there. We'll try to interject some.
We'll figure it out, but what's important is that we're gonna get back to trying to get onto a regular schedule, some sort of a season, some sort of a thing. But anyway, we love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you so much for putting up with us, and we will talk to you again on the next one. You guys have a wonderful night. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. We love you guys. I hope you get to spend your Christmases with your families and celebrating with loved ones. Goodbye.
Merry Christmas, all. Love you. Peace.